COSA, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, proudly serving Ontario horse people with integrity and accountability. Collaborative, supportive, helping to ensure a vibrant harness racing industry. Lifetime membership is free and there are many benefits. Become a new member today. COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. To find out more, visit cosaonline.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario. I'm your track announcer, Shannon Sugar Doyle. With us for the pregame, the early part of the pregame, our racing manager, Tony Elliott. Nice to have you with us, Tony.
Yeah, great to be back on.
Right on. We started off great, eh? It's been busy, horse players. We were out of sight and out of mind for about 6 months, but nice to see them come back and join us, eh?
Yeah, the wagering's certainly been fantastic early part of the season. It's nice to see some strong numbers, and certainly that'll continue tonight.
Right on.
Tuesday night.
Yeah, you bet. 12 races in to go tonight. All races on HPI. The end of our card, actually, TVG getting involved with us early in the meet. That's great to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. TVG is a great partner with us, and we're happy to have them on board for races 11 and 12 tonight. So certainly going to see some fantastic pools throughout the card, and obviously the last two races.
Right on. This coming Friday night, it's Harness the Hope night. Always a big event here on track. A special treat will be the Harness the Hope Pace, carded as race 1 in the program, an all-female driving cast. The draw for the horses in pole position, it's complete. But the drivers are not listed yet. We're going to look after that right here, right now on the pregame. We can do our thing, Tony. These horses and drivers, as mentioned, the draw is complete. We're going to do a special draw right here on the pregame. And we're allowed to do this.
Yeah, of course.
COSA, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, proudly serving Ontario horse people with integrity and accountability. Collaborative, supportive, helping to ensure a vibrant harness racing industry. Lifetime membership is free and there are many benefits. Become a new member today. COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. To find out more, visit cosaonline.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario. I'm your track announcer, Shannon Sugar Doyle, with us for the pregame, the early part of the pregame, our racing manager, Tony Elliott. Nice to have you with us, Tony.
Yeah, great to be back on.
Right on. We started off great, eh? It's been busy, horse players. We were out of sight and out of mind for about 6 months, but nice to see them come back and join us, eh?
Yeah, the wagering's certainly been fantastic early part of the season. It's nice to see some strong numbers, and certainly that'll continue tonight.
Right on.
Tuesday night.
Yeah, you bet. 12 races in to go tonight. All races on HPI. The end of our card, actually, TVG getting involved with us early in the meet. That's great to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. TVG is a great partner with us, and we're happy to have them on board for races 11 and 12 tonight. So certainly going to see some fantastic pools throughout the card, and obviously the last two races.
Right on. This coming Friday night, it's Harness the Hope night. Always a big event here on track. A special treat will be the Harness the Hope Pace, carded as race 1 in the program, an all-female driving cast. The draw for the horses in pole position, it's complete. But the drivers are not listed yet. We're going to look after that right here, right now on the pregame. We can do our thing, Tony. These horses and drivers, as mentioned, the draw is complete. We're going to do a special draw right here on the pregame. And we're allowed to do this.
Yeah, of course.
Right on. Here we go then. Let's do this now. I've got the drivers here. I'm going to do a shuffle here. No favors, right? Ladies, best of luck. Post positions, I guess this is how we're going to roll. You pull a P, we'll call out the horse, and I'm going to draw the driver first. How's that sound?
Beautiful.
Okay, here we go. First driver listed will be Kayla Chappell, the BC Invader. Where are you going?
She's going to drive position number 1, GMC Trooper.
Oh, Kayla with the rail. Here we go. Second driver in to go here, Britt Kennedy, our own.
There it is. Position number 3, Royal Ship.
Royal Ship for Fritz. That's got a pretty good shot in there. We've got Julie Walker competing.
She'll drive number 5, Viper, for the Tisha Symes.
That horse is showing a win in 50 this season. Not showing much in recent starts, but I'm looking forward to seeing Viper here for Tisha Symes on the Friday. Okay, Mariel Emberg.
She's going to drive number 4, 88 Fingers Louie.
Oh, Louis. All right, Natasha Day. Natasha Day, she's done some pretty good things this season.
She'll drive number 8, I Love What I Do.
From the trailing spot, 8, Natasha Day. Pam Forgy.
Number 7, Ace 44 Talent.
On the outside looking in with a very nice horse in there. Annie Leon.
Position 2, Cranky's Boy.
There you go. And finally, Samara Johnson.
And position number 6, Rolling Rock.
There you go. There you have it. That is our Harness the Hope Pace right up front, race number 1, an all-female driving cast. And we'll bring back a graphic with the horses, drivers listed with their post positions. Following this commercial break, we've got a whole lot more to go on the pregame show for this Tuesday at the Raceway. Welcome back, everyone. Now we've just done the driver's draw for the Harness the Hope Pace this coming Friday evening. It's carded as race number 1. I can't tell you we recorded that in one take. It took us a couple of takes to get it through to you on the pregame show, but here's a look at the graphic then for the Harness the Hope Pace Friday night. I believe our guys in the production room have got a graphic here for Friday night, race 1, the Harness the Hope Pace horses with their post positions and the drivers listed. We've got that graphic. Here we go. GMC Trooper, Kayla Chappell on the rail, Annie Chappell, Cranky's boy from post 2. Britt Kennedy gets a great shot with Royal Ship at a post 3, 88 Fingers Louie, Mariel Emberg, then Viper. Looking forward to seeing that one go. Has a win in 50 south of the border. Julie Walker gets a shot aboard Viper. Rolling Rock at a post 6, Samara Johnson. Pam Forgy, the outside with a nice horse in Ace 44 Talon, the training spot for I Love What I Do, Natasha Day. It's Harness the Hope Night this coming Friday evening. That will be race number 1 for the ladies to open things up at about 4:50 Eastern. Okay, so we don't have a whole lot of time left on this live edition of a pregame show for Tuesday. Can tell you all races are featured on HPI Bet. Final portion of the card, TVG. We're getting some play on TVG this evening, so you're going to be playing into some very nice pools all night long. Now let's get a look at some tickets then. Pick 5s and pick 4s. We're going to go through these quickly. Pick 5, starting up in race number 1. It's an HPI Bet Pick 5 play that will kick off our card here in the opener. You know what? There's not a lot of horses that like to win in there. 3 wins combined for the whole field here thus far in 2021. I'm going to go with 1 Derby Dillon because he's got the rail, and I'm going to go with number 6 Don't Exclude Me because it's driver Preston Shaw's birthday. Let's get him to the winner's circle in the opener. Over into race number 2, we're going to use the 1 Play Like Carrera and 3 Nora D. It's a key for me in the 3rd. Number 3 Let's Roar. Anthony Hahn will try to double up for trainer Mag Crone. Nothing really jumping off the page in race 4, and that's got me going to the all button. 6 and 8 to complete in race number 5. PC Freewheelin', Luna Sealster in the Autumn Series. Alrighty, it's an early pick 4 starting up in race number 4. We'll flip right to that, folks. In production, let's go to the 4th race, start of the early pick 4. Use that all button in the opening leg. Stay on the 6 and 8 in the 5th. Race number 6, 3 Fernhill Breeze. We're expecting more from that one today. Note to self, Hanover on the barn change, leaving from the trailing spot, including that one as well. We'll go 4 deep in race 7 with a 1, 3, 5, and 7. That should read a 7 there. Well, play the 6 as well. Ryan Clyde, Terracotta Lead, why not? All right, late pick 5. Let's go to that one. Race number 6. A late pick 5 starting up in race number 6. We'll bring it up and we'll use Fernhill Breeze. Note to self, Hanover. Go 4 deep in the 7th. 8th race then. 5 Leafs and Wings or 6. Always in the money. The popular Seniors Pace event in race number 8. 9th race. We're going to go 4 deep in there. Joe Rockhead. I'm not sure if I've ever called that one before. Joe Rockhead, winless on the season, but I kind of like him in there. Joe Rockhead from my Flintstones days. A coin flip is a value play I like in the 9th. Number 7, You Are Driving Me Nuts. The outside post is in the 8, Alley Flight. That is the 9th race. Picks 3, 6, 7, and 8. Key play for me in the 10th. My best bet tonight, Champagne Phil. I love him in there tonight as a key play from post 5 in race number 10. Late pick 4 will be starting up in race number 9. We'll go right to that now. Late pick 4, race number 9. And staying with Joe Rockhead, coin flip. You Are Driving Me Nuts and Alley Flight. Key up to 5, Champagne Phil. If he can show tonight what he did last time out, which is a 27 and change 3rd quarter, home in 29 and 1 for a trip in 55 and 1. Nothing on the page showing that kind of speed here in London in their latest Champagne Phil. Let's go Natasha Day for trainer Kenny Oliver and ICR Racing. 5 deep in race 11, and in race 12, the 8 has scratched the 8 from race 12, and I'm going to use the 4 Acrobat Hanover and the 9 Drive Like You Stole It. And that one is adding Lasix tonight. Best bets? Might as well bring up the best bets for tonight's card. Best bets. I believe we'll start off in race number 2 for Ontario Racing. They've gone to Nora D, the one to beat in there. Says Ontario Racing, likely a heavy favorite. I agree. For the hashtag Lou knows. Race 6, number 3, Fernhill Breeze. Lou says this one is better than he shows. May start that late pick 5 in race 6. More best bets continuing here. Races 8 and 10 for Robert Reed Jr., who will be joining us very soon for our Tuesday evening card. Again, more best bets Continue here. Race 8. He's gone to Twilight Zone. A 5-2 morning line. Draws well and has speed, says Rob on Twilight Zone. Should enjoy his company. For me, I'm all over Champagne Philly. 4-1 on the morning line. Meeting much easier tonight. And he's going to go for career win number 48. Let's go, Champagne Phil. That's going to do it for the pregame show. And again, all 12 races at HPI Bet. Final few on TVG. Nice to have them on board this early in the meet. Best of luck playing tonight. Changes are coming up, and then Robert Reed Jr. will be in play for his segment prior to the post parade of race number 1. Glad you're with us tonight. Good luck.
good evening once again, everyone, and welcome to the Raceway at Western Fair District from London, Ontario. Half mile harness racing action. Just a beautiful evening for a horse race. Here in the Forest City of Ontario, we're under sunny skies, fast track conditions. It's a warm one for mid-October. Program changes coming right up. Stand by. Races 1 through 3, there are no changes. First 3 legs of the HBet Pick 5 play, no changes. First change will come up in race number 4. We need a driver for the 5, a Victory Move. Driver to be announced. Waiting on a driver for the 5 in race 4. Race 5 tonight. Scratch the 5, Epic Thrill. 55 comes out. Race 6, the 1, Largent Lester, switching to an open bridle. Race 7, clear. Actually, races 7 through 11 are clear. Flip on over to our finale in race 12. Race number 12 tonight. There is a scratch. Number 8, High Flying Jamie comes out. And note that number 9, Drive Like You Stole It, will be racing on Lasix. There you have it. You're up to speed for program changes on tonight's card thus far. We're about 3 minutes away from the opener, post-parade, coming up here shortly. Time now to bring in our Tuesday night special. Robert Reed Jr. joins us for commentary throughout the program, and he will be talking up our early pick 5. You know what, Robert? What a beautiful night here. It's like mid-August here in London, so we're expecting horses to race on form and maybe show some pretty quick speed here tonight. Glad you're with us again, Robert. Set up the action for tonight. Take it away, pal.
All right. Thank you so much, Sugar. Yeah, beautiful night for racing. And, hey, we take center stage here at the Raceway on Tuesday night, so you want to definitely get involved in all those multi-leg wagers, those pick 4s, those pick 5s, all guaranteed at $7,500 a piece. 12 dashes tonight, and I'm just thrilled to be here every Tuesday. We've got a leg of the Autumn Series tonight, 2-year-old and 3-year-old filly trotters. We've got the seniors in race 8 tonight. Race 11, our feature race, we got the preferred 3 horse and geldings on the pace, and of course the added distance event in race 12, which is one of my favorites here at the Raceway. I love getting involved in that one, especially in that high 5 wager to close out the night. But where do we get started? Always in race number 1, that pick 5. The early pick 5. And we're going to take a look at my ticket that I've mapped out this evening. I don't know if we can get up on the screen there. But guaranteed pool, $7,500. And we can take a look at that if we can put a graphic up for the early pick 5. There it is. Perfect. There it is right there. So I'm going to go 3 deep in the first 2 legs tonight, even though I really like Derby Dillon in the opener. The 1 Derby Dillon is one that I'm fond of in the opener. But I'm going to go 3 deep with a 1, 2, and 4 in the first. Second race, 3 deep again with the 1, 3, and 4. The 1 Play Like Kirara is my top selection. I got 2 singles in this sequence here. Race 3, I'm going to single number 3, Let's Roar. Loved this horse last time. Race lights out. I think the same thing happens again. If you saw the races last night, I know you did, folks. Speed was carrying most of the night. I think we're going to see that again. So Let's Roar, my single in race number 3. Race 4. I do like number 4, Modern Rider, but I think it's a race you got to sprout out, and I really think that there's 4 of them that can win in here. Might even be a race you want the y'all. I know Sugar did that. I think that might be the right move. But I'm going to use 3, 4, 6, and 7 with the 4 Modern Rider being my top selection. And then in race 5, hey, I'm all in a number 6, PC Free Wheeling, one that I was really excited to see last week, was scratched out of that contest due to sickness. Now gets in the second leg of the Autumn Series. I think number 6, PC Freewheeling, gets it done. That ticket will cost you just $7.20 for 20 cents. So, an affordable ticket to play, and one that I think has a pretty good chance of finding the winner's circle. But right now, the horses will be headed out to the track shortly. We got 0 minutes to post on the board. And throughout the night, Sugar and I will come on just after the post parade and talk about each dash in a little bit further depth.
Here we go. Starters on parade. It's the first of 12 for a beautiful Tuesday evening in London. You're looking at 1, Derby Dillon. Derby Dillon has a victory this season. He'll try to make it 2 for 2021. Curtis Schneider Jr. owning. Cassidy Schneider trains. Anthony Hahn in the bike for Derby Dillon, a 1-2 favorite. Yeah. Number 2, Dragon Wave. Removes Lasix for this. Stephanie DiPietro, the owner. Patrick Rillo trains. Rob Shepard on board. Winless on the season. Number 3, Rain Man Blue Chip, trying to find some form now at his 5th start back of 2021, owned by Matthew Cleaver. Bruce Cleaver trains. Austin Sori gets driving tonight. Grux King is 4 for Jack Racing Stable. Jeremy Brewer conditions. Nick Stewart on board. He's got a victory to his credit in 2021. Black Vinny 0 for 12 in the win column this season. He's from post 5 for Kevin and Shane McGuire. Chris Johnston training and driving. Don't Exclude Me, the 6. Owned and driven by Preston Shaw. Preston's celebrating his birthday with us tonight. Now, there's nothing more he'd want to do than celebrate his birthday with a trip to the winner's circle. I like him in here. Don't Exclude Me, conditioned by Emily Leake. 7 outside, Kingsley B. Brett McDonald for Steve Bester, the trainer, Catherine Cochran. And right alongside there was number 8, Red, White, and Boots, Sheldon Rose, owning and training with Scott Coulter, doing the driving. Those are your 8 pacers for race number 1, Daily Double, Exacta Try, the Super, and it's the HPI Bet Pick 5 play, starting things up. Good luck tonight. Here's a look at number 6, Don't Exclude Me. Now, Don't Exclude Me, a top selection for myself. Robert Reed Jr. includes him in his superfecta selections. You know what, Robert, with us now for tonight's card. I looked at this card and I said, there's not a whole lot of horses that like to win in here. So Don't Exclude Me. And the one horse, they're the ones I used in my pick 5. I said my reasons for using them. Derby Dillon with the rail. And Don't Exclude Me because it's Preston Shaw's birthday. He's on board. Here he is scoring down. I know you like him for top 4. I love the value on him right now at 7-1. What is your take on this horse? Dropping in class.
Yeah, I like the way he looks right now. I'll tell you that. I love that, Preston's scoring him down, and we saw speed carry a lot yesterday, and this one has shown some early foot off the gate. And, if I had known it was his birthday, Sugar, I would have put this horse higher up because, that might give a little extra motivation to get this one off the gate, and forwardly placed. And I think you're right about the value, too. 7-1 is a pretty big price on Don't Exclude Me. Racing, condition claimers for a $15,000 tag, and this is a condition claimer again. It's a non-winners of class, so it's not like you got to really worry about that transition. And I would say it is a drop in class. So 6-1 right now. I think you found the value, Sugar.
Well, I know Preston from out west, and I remember meeting the very first time I met him. The guys kind of threw him under the bus. He was just a young fella at the time, and standing around with Ryan Grundy and a few of the other horsemen, and I happened to walk up. Young Preston, maybe 12 years old at the time, he's standing there, and I had just arrived in Alberta to call races, so Ryan Grundy turns to young Preston and says, "What do you think of our new announcer?" And young Preston, not knowing I was there, I was the announcer, he says, "I think he's kind of weird." And that's how I introduced myself to Preston Shaw. Anyway, so here we are years later, and he's got a great shot here on taking race 1 on his birthday. Here's a look at number 1, Derby Dillon, your top selection. He does have a win this season where many of these horses don't, plus he gets that rail to work with.
Yeah, the rail is ever so important in this race, I think, especially for one like Derby Dillon. Back-to-back 6 holes, Grand River, Flamborough Downs. Those are pretty difficult posts to get away from. And last time, that's in an open claiming event. So, Outlaw Gunpowder would be 1 to 1 million in here if our parimutuel system allowed it. So I just think that this looks like a race that really is geared towards Derby Dillon, and any horse that has a little bit of step off the gate from the pole position. He hasn't shown it recently, but he also hasn't had an inside post or had his nose on the gate, except for that one spot from the 2-hole where he did get away pretty well. So I think this is Derby Dillon's race to lose. It just depends if, he can summon his best. He's 1 for 19 on the season, but he went 0 for 14 last year. So I can't get too excited about 4 to 5. That's for sure.
Well, there's quite a few 0-4s in this race coming in. There are a few winners. Derby Dillon, Gru Grux King, and Don't Exclude Me have all been in the winner's circle this season. We're going to get a look at a couple of others here. Maybe the 2, Dragon Wave, the 4, Gru Grux King. There's the 2 with Rob Shepard on board for trainer Patrick Rouleau. An inside post to work with, and does appear to have some early speed as well.
Yeah, Dragon Wave, those horses that you chase, Sugar, and I know you've got those ones for yourself too. He's one that I've been chasing a little bit at a price, not necessarily to win, but to finish second or third on the ticket. Last time here at Western Fair and at Grand River as well. Before that, I thought he had a big chance to hit the ticket. He ended up fading to finish fourth, and I think he does have early foot. And I think that it's a race that can maybe set up for Dragon Wave. He's over 16 on the year. He's hit the board in 4 of those efforts. He's got 27 wins lifetime, so he certainly knows how to win. Maybe this group and the post position, gets him back to the winner's circle. I was thinking the price might be better than 7 to 2, though. I think it's a little bit short in my opinion.
I agree. He's been 20 to 1 plus in each of his last 3 outings, and this class doesn't look any tougher or any easier than what he's been facing. Maybe another one to look at, number 4, Gru Grux King. I know this horse loves to race up close. He just has a bit of trouble passing them.
Yeah, he does, and sometimes he's got a little bit of trouble too on the turns. I've noticed that in the past with him, and he's one that does better on the straightaways than he does on the turns. He might, prefer it here at the Raceway than he would at some of the other half-mile ovals. And last time, not a bad effort to finish third. 5 to 1 on the board. I think it's about the right price. If he's one that you like in here and you want to go with one that has a victory on the year, I couldn't blame you for it.
Right on. Robert Reed joining us for this Tuesday evening at the Raceway. We are set for 12 races. The gate is moving. You still have time for the opener, but you would have to hurry. Even money continues here on 1, Derby Dillon. A second choice at 3 to 1 right now. Number 6, Don't Exclude Me. They're lining up. With Derby Dillon, Dragon Wave, Rain Man Blue Chip, Gru Grux King, Black Vinny, Don't Exclude Me, Kingsley B, Red, White, and Boots back tearing it top of the stretch. Here they come. Race 1 in London begins right now. They're off. Rain Man Blue Chip, letting it rain early. Austin Sorey left on into there, though. Dragon Wave beat him to the top. Dragon Wave for Shep is going forward, sliding into second. Rain Man Blue Chip. Derby Dillon got away in third. Parked out in the early going fourth. Don't Exclude Me. So no love for Preston just yet on his birthday. He's parked out and driving. On the outside looking in as they roll up to the quarter mile. Dragon Wave released here at 5 to 1 to carve it out. 28 seconds flat for the quarter mile speed. Rain Man Blue Chip at a big price for the 2-hole ride. And as mentioned, no love for Preston Shaw with Don't Exclude Me. He's got left out there into third, providing cover to another one that got parked in here. Kingsley B follows up on the cover, and now Derby Dillon gets shuffled to 5th, traveling in 6th, and getting reminders that was Gru Grux King. Then we go back to Red, White, and Boots. Black Vinny gets underway. 4 in, 4 out with a lap to go, a 57-4 halftime, and Dragon Wave trying to take them all the way here. The long shot. Rain Man Blue Chip continues to follow in there for Sorey. Still out there, grit grinding away in third. It's Don't Exclude Me. Derby Dillon all dressed up with no place to go. He's come back on for third now. 3 deep off the back end. Kingsley B. 4 wide went Gru Grux King going up to 3/4. Sorey pulls the pocket with Rain Man Blue Chip at 25 to 1, and he's ahead in front into the final turn. 3/4 went by in 1:27-3. Rain Man Blue Chip just threw in a few steps, and he's backed off now, and that leaves Dragon Wave with a clear lead turning for home. Derby Dillon coming. Here is Red, White, and Boots in with a shot at 35 to 1. Here's a 3-way thriller to start up a Tuesday in London. Dragon Wave Here is Derby Dillon and Red, White, and Boots. Derby Dillon maybe over Red, White, and Boots. Dragon Wave for third. Black Vinny from last to be fourth. So you got a 6-5 fave trying to hold off the longest shot on the board. 158-1. Looks like 1, Derby Dillon on top over 8, Red, White, and Boots. Number 2, Dragon Wave staying on for third. The 5, Black Vinny fourth. It appears to be 1, 8, 2, and 5 here in the opener. Here's Derby Dillon coming back, the 11-year-old son of Jenna's Beach Boy. Out of Armbro Redwood by Abercrombie. Owned by Colonel Schneider Jr. of Arthur. Cassidy Schneider training. Anthony Hahn on board for this victory. The favorite getting it done in 158-1. His 23rd career win. Number 2 on the season. Congratulations. Derby Dillon then starting things up. He paid $4.70 on the nose. Exactor came back at $96.40. Dollar try. $172.95. The super for a buck. $1,039.90. The 20 center came back at $207.98. So Derby Dillon won it. Dragon Wave was third. Rayman Blue Chip 6. Gru Grux King 5th. Black Vinny 4th. Don't Exclude Me 8. Kingsley B was 7. Red, White, and Boots was second best. Fractions were kind of quick for that group. 28, 57 and 4, 127 and 3, and a mile of 158 and 1. Derby Dillon. From the top, 1, 3, 6, 5, 4, 8, 7 and 2. Flipped to race 2. No changes there for an exactor. Try and Superfecta. We're about 11 minutes away from the second of 12 in London. And as mentioned, all races featured on HBIBet.com. You can wager with us on track or wager from home or OTB. Best of luck from wherever you're playing from. You can wager through TVG south of the border as well. There are free picks and ticket ideas posted on their website. They'll be with us for the final few races this evening. So great to see some TVG action later on in our program. Likely to be playing into some huge pools tonight at the Raceway. 11 minutes to go on race 2. Updating a driver change for race number 4. Go on over to race number 4. The driver for 5, Victory Move, will be Travis Henry. Travis Henry now on 5 in race 4. Getting set for a post parade here of race number 2. Still on the pace for it. The heaviest action early on number 3, Nora D. I believe a best bet selection for Ontario Racing. They've selected that one as their best bet. Likely a heavy fave, and is right now at 1-2. Shout out to a pal from back east, Chris Coven, CC. He was on board for an amateur race victory this past Sunday at Truro Raceway, driving an old favorite from London, Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse was always a fan fave. She used to circle them here in London. Well, now she's down around the Maritimes and campaigning by Chris Coven, and he was able to get her to the winner's circle in an amateur race at Truro Raceway. So CC, he's tuned in this evening to the raceway. Congratulations on the victory, Chris, with Mighty Mouse on Sunday, and we'll look forward to seeing you in amateur racing action down that way again soon. Moments away from a post parade here, race 2 in London. Alrighty, starters, step out for a post-parade race number 2, Exactor Tri Super. It's fillies and mares, non-winners, 5,000 lifetime. You're looking at 1, Play Like Carrera. It's Darian Ham owning and training with Scott Coulter in the bike. Number 2, A Surreal Martini, owned, trained, and driven by Dan LeBlanc. Heavy favorite here in number 3, Nora D, goes out for 8th Line Investments of Linwood, Ontario. Brian Dunbar, conditioned, Alfie Carroll driven. Lady Jasmine 4, Tyler Borth for Craig Turner, trainers Gord McDonald. Stylish and Sporty is 5, Johnny Hahn, driving for owner-trainer Doug Walters. Number 6, Panning for Treasure, Garrett Rooney aboard for Mark Cadman, the trainers Richard Carroll. Sally Charlton owns, Lindsay Kerr trains 7, Hot Pink, Scott Ray. And to trail out, it'll be the 8, Game On Tiny. James Dean owning and training, Nick Boyd on board, the Raceway debuter, Game On Tiny. Those are your 8 pacers for race 2, an Exactor Tri and Superfecta. And a heavy favorite here in number 3, Nora D. But we're going to get a look right now in number 1, Play Like Carrera. This is a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. He is with us. Let's talk this one up, Rob.
Well, I like the score down right now, and to be honest, part of the play here, Sugar, was just Scott Coulter getting on one for the first time, and we saw him give a great steer to Red, White, and Boots in the opener at a long price to be second, just narrowly missing. And another angle too is that she's won before. The rest of the field, is over, and this horse has a victory. Granted, it did come at the track on 2 in Alberta in a short field in a maiden race, but at least she's tasted victory before. She's shown some speed. And I looked at it and said, you know what, Nora D is going to take a lot of support, probably be around 3 to 5 or so, now 1 to 2, even shorter. I just said, you know what, maybe I'll try to beat this one. And Scott Coulter on this one for the first time, 3 to 1 on the board. I thought we'd get a bigger price than that. I was thinking maybe 5 to 1 or so, even though it was 5 to 2 morning line on her. But I just thought it might be worth to take a shot on her from the pole position.
You know what? The more I see these horses out here following the post parade, the more I'm thinking this race is totally wide open. I'm seeing spreaders or go straights on this one horse. I'm seeing the spreaders and go straights on a number 3, Nora D. They're the only horses taking action in here, really. Nora D, you're getting a look at her here now. For me, young horses wearing spreaders, some horses need them, but we're on a half mile here, so the turns could get a little bit dicey for these horses that, they've never raced here before. Play Like Carrera, come in from out west and has shown a few starts here in Ontario. Nora D, I know for a fact she's never been here in London, so I don't know. The more I look at these horses, the more I'm thinking this race is totally wide open. But let's talk about this Nora D, the body language. Well, she looks all right in a decent trip over the big track. But again, we're watching a young horse with go straights and a half miler.
Yeah, it's a great observation. In post parade, I'll be honest, I kind of said, "Ooh, my top 2 selections here are both wearing, go straights."
Right.
And that's not something I typically like to get behind. And,
Right.
And listen, I've owned horses that have been, horses that win multiple races, wearing that apparatus. So it's not like it's a huge deterrent, but it's one that certainly makes you take pause and say, 4 to 5, 8 to 5, yikes! Especially in a race where we see one victory over, quite a few starts across the entire field. So I think Nora D looks good on the track right now. 4 to 5 that's the price I figured. 3 to 5, 4 to 5, the price she'd be. The problem I have with a horse like Nora D is if you match up her miles she's been going at Mohawk Park against this field, of course you're going to say she should beat them.
Right.
The issue is she's still just following them around. She's not doing any racing. Her efforts where she finished 3rd both came at Georgian Downs. They weren't bad efforts, but she's not a horse that I would go and be willing to just kind of throw all my eggs in one basket on.
Right. I'm looking at the field. There's not a whole lot of gate speed for the first a couple of horses towards the inside. I guess the 5, Play Like Carrera, does show making front, but that's on the big track in Alberta. The track on 2 is a 1-mile surface. I guess the 4, Lady Jasmine, just might have the most gate speed here. We're looking at her now, and she's offering a juicy 6-1. Tyler Borth certainly knows his way to the winner's circle here. I may get on this one to take the second race.
Wouldn't be a bad result for my pick 5 ticket, especially, Derby Dillon was my top selection, but he was the favorite. I looked at Lady Jasmine, thought the same thing. I wouldn't mind having the horse on the lead in here because it might be tough to catch whoever makes the lead. And Lady Jasmine might be that horse, and we know Tyler Borth is one that can get them off the gate. I think that's going to be the plan with Lady Jasmine. We see a lot of races where she's forwardly placed, and at 6-1 right now, I'd say that's definitely the value. I put the 1 on top, fully expecting to get a bigger price than 8-5, and I'll be honest, that price right now is much too short for my liking. So, yeah, Lady Jasmine is what I can get behind.
I'm on this horse. I'm with you. Lady Jasmine right now at 5-1. Watch her drop now, though, because we're talking her up. Hope she gets up near the front, forwardly placed. Maybe the 7, Hot Pink, another one to think about here. She's gotten some experience around London where you're looking through the program lines. There's not many in here that have raced London thus far in the young careers. Hot Pink gets an outside chance. Scott Ray on board for Lindsay Kerr, another trainer that certainly knows their way to the winner's circle here in London. It appears we're getting close. Robert, any final observations here?
Well, just on Hot Pink, a horse can really improve from start to start, and she's really had the smallest body of work, right? So I think she could be the one that takes the biggest leap forward. She made progress from her first start to her second start of her 3-year-old season. So, you know what, 9-1 on Hot Pink. If you can stomach the 7-hole, you can probably fire away and look for some value.
Stomach the 7-hole. I love it. It is a tough post here in London. If you got any gate speed at all, though, you can make front prior to turn number 1. Hot Pink, an outside chance here at 8-1 as the starter calls for the horses. Gates moving. From the rail out, Play Like Carrera. A Surreal Martini. Nora D, then Lady Jasmine in the center. Stylish and Sporty, panning for treasure. Hot Pink with that outside chance. Trailing out. Game on, Tiny. Top of the stretch. Race 2, Pacers picking up speed. Here they come. They're rough, as expected. Lady Jasmine tried to leave. Panning for treasure had the best beginning here for Garrett Rooney. Crossed right on over to grab control. Using the rail advantage to get up there close. Play Like Carrera. Still parked out and driving. Lady Jasmine going forward. Toddermore sending. And this filly is responding. The 3-year-old daughter of sports writer Lady Jasmine makes it to the top. Pocketing up here is the 50-1 Bomber, Panning for Treasure. Traveling at a third, Play Like Carrera. 4th best away for Game On, Tiny. A gap of 3 lengths to A Surreal Martini. Then we go back to Stylish and Sporty. Little bit steppy on that second turn. Nora D, the 1-2 favorite, is 7th and not making any headway just yet. Hot Pink is trailing the field 29-3. Comfortable opening quarter mile speed for the pace setter. Lady Jasmine now getting put in play with a lap to go. Here's Play Like Carrera striding up and grabbing control. She rushed, she brushed, and now she's your leader for Coulter after a half mile of 1:01.1. A Play Like Carrera could be gonzo here. She's going for it. Puts 2 lengths on Lady Jasmine. Second, holding down third is Panning for Treasure. Outside and fourth, Game On, Tiny. It's Stylish and Sporty. Traveling 5th and angled wide for the backside. Still waiting on Nora D. She's still 6th at about 9 lengths off the lead. I don't think it's going to happen for that one. Hot Pink next to last. Trailing the field was a Surreal Martini. Final turn comes up for Play Like Carrera. 1:30 and 4 for 3/4. Right there in second is Lady Jasmine, still clinging to third. Panning for Treasure. And up on the wide side, Stylish and Sporty. Game On, Tiny gives it up and into the stretch. Play Like Carrera. One more time. Here comes Lady Jasmine trying to mount a pocket challenge. Though Play Like Carrera strong through the wire for Coulter. Second best was Lady Jasmine. Then Panning for Treasure. Maybe circle up for next time. Stylish and Sporty finishes 4, 2, 0, 1, and 3. Play Like Carrera. Unofficial winner number 1, Play Like Carrera, had the lone victory coming in over the track on 2 in Alberta. That's a 1-mile track where she took a mark of 2:01 and 3, and she matches that tonight in the London half miler. Play Like Carrera on top. 1, 4, 6, and 5. Your top 4 unofficial. For her first victory in Ontario, here's Play Like Carrera, 3-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach, at a Prairie Tracker by Presidential Ball, owned by Darian Ham of Rodney, Ontario. Darian training Scott Coulter on board for this second career victory. Play Like Carrera, matching her maiden mark of 2:01 and 3 tonight. Congratulations. We're official here. Play Like Carrera, returning 1040 exact, or 41 even. The early double, a pair of ones for 2660, and that's all right. The dollar try from race 2, 351.80. Dollar super, 2,000, 22.10. The 20 center worth 404.42. So those are decent prices. A decent win ticket on Play Like Carrera in there, $10 plus. So Play Like Carrera won it. Surreal Martini 8, Nora D 5th, Lady Jasmine 2nd, Stylish and Sporty 4th, Panning for Treasure 3rd, Hot Pink was 6th, Game on Tiny 7th, 29 and 3, 101 and 1, 130 and 4, and the mile of 2:01 and 3, matching the lifetime best for Play Like Carrera. From the top, a 185, 2, 4, 3, 6, and 7. Third up and coming, no changes in there, as a Let's Roar for Han will try to double up. Exactor try super, going right to it in about 4 minutes. Alrighty, starters on parade here. It's race number 3. We've got Travis Henry up on 1, Anchor So Rio. Anchor So Rio for Amanda Roddy, Greg Peak, and Robert Barbara. Tom Roddy trains. Number 2, it's Cherie Amour. It's Natasha Day driving for Len Rosine. Trainers Dave O'Brien. More to come here. Here's a look at 3, Let's Roar. She's taking all the early action here at 3 to 5. Let's Roar for Hutt Racing Stable of Pennsylvania. Meg Crone condition. Anthony Hahn driving, trying to make it 2 in a row in London. Tearing up the credit for, owned and trained by Diana McIntosh. Scott Young, the call tonight. Welcome back, Scott Young. Dazzlin' Rosie 5, Ross Batten, owning, training, driving, sharing ownership with Dr. Paul Rutherford. Here's 6, Lydia's Liberty, the outside chance tonight for owner Ron Nobes, trainer Randy Marriage, the driver Garrett Rooney. Faith Volzanola, post 7, Tyler Boers driving for Ernest Nucio. Ernest trains. And a trail out number 8, a Black Diamond, owned by Brad Gray, trained by Kyle Boston's Colin Kelly, off a 4 driving win performance. Last evening at the Raceway, Colin Kelly back with us, driving 8, a Black Diamond here in race number 3. I can just see over the tree line across the backstretch. Full Moon Fever will be a thing tonight. I'm thinking here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Best of luck racing and playing this evening at the Raceway. Alrighty, getting a look right now at a heavy favorite at number 3, Let's Roar. And Let's Roar, Robert Reed Jr., top selection. I love this horse too. Was really good 2 back. Even better last time, and I'm expecting more of the same tonight. How about you, Robert?
Yeah, same with me. I just really thought 2 starts back, this filly race fantastic, and then she went out last time and actually went off in a much bigger price than I expected at even money, because the line doesn't look like she really did a ton of racing and multiple moves 2 back, but she did. I mean, she was used really hard, and last time she put it all together for a victory. And I just look at this field and don't really think there's anyone that can really offer much of a challenge to her. The runner-up last time to her is in here again this evening, tearing up the credit. I think that one's got a chance to finish second, but I just looked at this race and said, this is going to be all Let's Roar again. She's got early speed. Speed's been carrying, and I think she goes right down the highway for another victory.
Right on. Just a nice, relaxed filly here by Shadow Play. Worked hard to grab control 2 back. Just got beat in the end, and then last time out got a little more respect. And I'm with you on that price last time. I could not believe she went away above even money. And Yeah, there's more to look at here as we go about a minute away from post time of race number 3. Here's a look at number 4, Tearing Up the Credit. I know you loved this horse last time out when you saw the driver change. Tonight it's Scott Young on board number 4, Tearing Up the Credit.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that too. And I thought the effort was really strong last time. Very determined effort to finish second. Looked like she might actually end up third, and then got past Lydia's Liberty in the final stride. So I thought it was a nice determined effort from Tearing Up the Credit, and this is one that I think can take another step forward here tonight. I expect to see another good effort. I've got Tearing Up the Credit in for second behind Let's Roar again.
Okay, any final thoughts on the remainder of the field? Those are the two that are taking the action right now as we go seconds away from the start. Number 5, a Dazzlin' Rosie. We were just looking at that one. I'm not sure if you got this one included in your ticket, but Ross Batten just 2 wins away from 5,000. He's been chasing it for a while. We may see it, though, in the next few weeks here in London.
Yeah, I think it's got to come soon, right? It's been all summer. It seems like we've been waiting. Listen, Dazzlin' Rosie's got a chance in here. I just think it's going to be the bottom end of the exotics.
Right on. Here we go then. Best of luck, Ross Batten. 2 away from 5,000 career driving victories. Chasing it tonight in London, Anchor So Real, Sharia Moore, Let's Roar, then Tearing Up the Credit. Dazzlin' Rosie, Lydia's Liberty, Faithful's Nola, A Black Diamond in the trailing spot. A 16th out. Here they come. And away they go. First to show, Let's Roar, chased up to leave sharply in here, though along the inside, Anchor So Real getting away nicely and plugged in from the back tier spot was A Black Diamond. An early battle will go to Let's Roar. Let's Roar grab control just by that opening 8th. Anchor So Real traveling into second. Getting away in third and gapped off slightly was a Black Diamond. Sharia Moore looks at it from 4th. Tearing Up the Credit is 5th and appears to be thinking about it there. Dazzlin' Rosie is next. The back markers are Lydia's Liberty and Faithful's Nola. 28-1, the quarter-mile speed for Let's Roar. Let's Roar unchallenged here at 3/8 completion. Wow, did she ever get pounded late. Took a 1-9 drop at post time. Let's Roar in command. Second best continues to be Anchor So Real. Staying in there third. Tight lines at that for a Black Diamond. And there goes Tearing Up the Credit. The roll first up for Young. That will provide a cover to A Black Diamond, who appears to be angling out. Along the inside to be 5th with Sharia Moore. Underway off the back end, Lydia's Liberty. Then it's back to Dazzlin' Rosie. And the trailer gapped off Faithful's Nola underneath the full moon. Down the backstretch they go. Let's Roar put up the half mile in 58-1, and Hahn still has something left. Let's Roar continues to go forward, Tearing Up the Credit. Grit grinding away here. He's second best on the outside. Third and in for Anchor So Real. Situated a second over 4th, Lydia's Liberty, and all dressed up. No place to go. Another one here in London, A Black Diamond. They swing for home. Here comes Anchor So Real. Anchors away. Trying to get to the favorite here. Let's Roar. And along the inside, A Black Diamond is coming through. 3 across. Upset in the making. Anchor So Real at 17-1. Henry for Riley. It's tight for second. A Black Diamond was against Let's Roar. It was Sharia Moore to round out a superfecta. 156-4. Anchor So Real with a race 3 upset. Unofficial winner here, number 1, Anchor So Real. I had this one pegged for a top 2 finish, mentioning in my comments that the rail will help. It certainly did, most certainly did. 17-1 upset here on Anchor So Real here on her way back for a winner's circle photo. For a winner, circle photo number 1, Anchor So Real. 3-year-old daughter of So Surreal out of Chic and Cruise by Yankee Cruiser. For Amanda Riley, Greg Peak, Robert Barbara, Tom Riley conditions, Travis Henry on for this victory. That's a sharp winning effort over London, 156-4. It's a pocket ride to victory. Anchor So Real. Going official here in the third. Anchors away, bombs away. Anchors So Real. $37 even. Exactor came back at $127. Make it $120.70. And how about the dollar try? $123.95. Nice price on the dollar try. Super for $1. $676.70. 20 center comes back at $135.34. So Anchor So Real was a winner. Sharia Moore 4. Let's Roar 3rd. Tearing up the credit 7. Dazzling Rosie 6. Lydia's Liberty 5th. Faithful's Nola 8. The Black Diamond 2nd. 28-1. 58-1. 127. The mile of 156-4. Anchor So Real in her 7th career victory. Top down. 1-4-3-7-6-5-8-2. We've got an early pick 4 starting up in race number 4. We've got a claim entered on number 3, Bet the Limit. A driver change for 5, Victory Move. Travis Henry will be driving and trying to come right back. It's a 7-horse field, all on gate for the 4th race. Exactor try, Super, and an early pick 4. 12 minutes to think about it.
There's a big drop in the live money remaining in play for the pick 5 after that third race upset by Anchor So Real. Only $137 is still alive and in play. That from a pick 5 pool of $12,000 plus. Best of luck if you're still going forward here. I'm kind of stake bitten today. My top selections, they're not winning. The one I've pegged for second has won all 3 races tonight. So care to take note. The one I have pegged for second in here is number 6, Sam McKee, Hanover, who opens up at 10-1. Think about it. 8 minutes to post time and an early pick 4 in London.
Bombs away in race number 3. Anchors So Real causes that pick 5 pool to plummet in live money. It's good timing. Now we just look at the early pick 4 wager. I just went dead in the pick 5, so I'm chomping at the bit to get my tickets in this early pick 4. Guaranteed pool, $7,500. Low takeout, 15%. We're going to look at Sugar's ticket first. And he's just going to, leave the handicapping aside here in the first leg. He's going to take it all. He's going to use all 7 in this opening leg here in race 4. I don't mind it. I'm using 4 myself, so I can't blame him for using the all button. 2 deep in race 5, the 6 PC Freewheeling by Top Pick, and number 8 Luna Sealster. Race number 6, number 3 Fernhill Breeze, number 8 Note to Self Hanover, and in the final leg, 4 deep with the 1, 3, 5, and 6. I'm going to go 2 deep in there with the 1 and 5, but I like the ticket. Looking for definitely some big payouts on this one, and a bit of quick math on it. So it's at 112. So 20. What is that? 20. Wow, struggling with math right now. I'll get you what that is in a second. 22.60, I believe, 22.60 for 20 cents on his ticket. Let's take a look at my ticket though. I'm going a little bit thinner on mine. I'm going to be a little more economical on my ticket. We can get mine up on the screen there. We go 4 deep in the first leg. 3, 4, 6, and 7. 3, 4, 6, and 7 in race 4. I like Modern Rider. I hate the price right now at 9 to 5. I thought he had actually slipped past everyone right now in this race and be a bigger price. Others would take support, not happening. So I'm happy to be 4 deep with the 3, 4, 6, and 7. Second leg, it's actually not the 3 as my single. I made a mistake on my my pick 4 ticket. It's actually the 6, PC Freewheel, and the same horse that I singled in the pick 5 is my single in the pick 4. So take note of that, folks. In race 5, it's actually the 6, PC Freewheel, and when I sent my tickets in, I put the 3 for some reason. In race 6, it's the 3, 4, 5, and 6 for me. I think that's kind of a wide-open race. Simon Said intrigues me. Second start back off a layoff. I think he's going to get overlooked this time after being a favorite last time. That's where I want to be, by going 4 deep in there. And then the last leg, 2 deep, Sabo play, and shooting for the stars. Just 2 of them in there. Speed from the outside with Shooting for the Stars. I made the fatal mistake last week of making Sabo play my best bet, a horse that doesn't really have gate speed. This time, the rail to work from, I'm not leaving him off my ticket, but I'm being a little more cautious with him because he is one that definitely lacks pop off the switch. So 4 by 4 by 2 is 32 for a buck, or 640 for 20 cents. Not too bad of a spend there. And again, actually, thanks for fixing it. Look how quick they are. They already fixed it. Race 5, it's the 6, PC Freewheeling, it's a single. I'm a big fan of that trotter this evening. Scott Young aboard, love the addition of him as well. So you got a couple of options there for your early pick 4. Again, the pool is guaranteed at $7,500. The takeout is a low takeout at 15%. Start mapping out your winning wagers now, just 4 minutes away until the horse will be making their way to the track, and time is running out. So get your tickets in.
Here come your starters now for race number 4. It's the opening leg of an early pick 4 in London. A single claim entered on number 3, Bet the Limit. Here's the one, Casey's Dragon. It's Stephanie DiPietro owning, Patrick Rouleau training, Bruce Richardson up. Number 2, it'll be Captain Ray, Austin Sori driving for Lindsay Kerr, Dave Dighton, Michaela Romano. Lindsay trains. Randy Henry owning and training 3, Bet the Limit. As mentioned, a claim entered. Scott Ray in the sulky. Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman share ownership on 4, Modern Rider. Jason training. Jay Harris is in the sulky. Hut Racing Stable, along with Blake McIntosh, share the ownership on 5, Victory Move, with Blake training. Make the driver Travis Henry. Buckeye Investments owning, Anthony Montini training, number 6, Sam McKee Hanover. Lasix this evening, Brett McDonald on. And then the 7, Kev Marvelous, owned and trained by Terry Gallant. Jason Ryan will be in the sulky, a little bit late for the party, but he will show up. Number 7, Kev Marvelous, in to go here, currently 3-1. Getting set to talk up the horses here in this opening leg of an early pick 4. Robert Reed Jr. is with us throughout the program for commentary, setting up the racing action, setting up the multi-leg wagers as we await number 7, Kev Marvelous. We're going to get a look at Bet the Limit here right now with a single claim entered, and looking at the selections for race number 4. Opening leg of a pick 4. I know you like the 4 on top here, Robert. You got the 6 for second, but we're looking at 3. So let's talk up 3, Bet the Limit, your third selection in here with the claim entered. Always interesting to wonder how it's going to play out. When a claim is entered on the horse, the owners, the trainers, the driver know this horse is getting claimed. Are they going to go all out? You'd have to think, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's no tomorrow, right? And this is one that's got gate speed, and last time racing at Mohawk Park and their condition claimer there. That's a pretty competitive spot, and not that this one isn't. I think this is actually a very competitive dash top to bottom, but I think that Bet the Limit with post 3 and not a whole lot of speed to his inside is going to be one that's going to be blasting off the gate. I expect to see that, and 3-1 on the board right now. Not a bad price, and it's a race, Sugar, where you took all in your pick 4, and I went 4 deep, so I think we both think it's kind of wide open.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with that all button in here. I can't really select one over another. They're all pretty even. Number 4, Modern Rider, is actually the one you had pegged to win this race. He's offering 5-1 value right now, showing great form coming in. He come from off the pace last time out to win in 57. 57 can win this race.
I was really impressed by that effort. That's why he got pegged on top. He actually made my watch list that I keep after every card, and I thought that he came first over, and he just kept on grinding, and he took a lot of support in that effort as well. He got bet down pretty heavily, and then it turned into a pretty big effort on the track as well. So I see 5-1 right now, and I say, well, I'm not really sure why he should be a bigger price this time than he was last time, because he raced fantastic in Victory, and I think if he can replicate that same effort, he'd be tough to beat.
Right on. He's facing many of the same in here again. Another one to think about, and taking some late action now, is number 6, Sam McKee Hanover. I see Montini is at Lasix to this one. Now, I can't pick a winner tonight, but my second best selections, they've all won. So Sam McKee Hanover is my second best pick. Maybe this fella turns the corner here tonight in London.
Yeah, listen, I'm a big fan of Anthony Montini. I think he's a fantastic horseman, and I think the classification change here, they're coming to play. There's no question about that. Been racing in that condition claimer at Mohawk Park, now finds a softer spot here at the raceway. Adds Lasix, one that does have a lot of gate speed as well. Getting hammered down right now to 2-1. My second selection. I'm not a big fan of the price. Like we said, I don't think I'd want to take 2-1 on any horse in this field, but I think he merits big time respect, and I think he's going to be right in the finish.
Right on. Brett McDonald on board. Sam McKee Hanover for Anthony Montini. Again, they're adding Lasix for this. Now, we haven't seen him yet. We're going to see him now. Number 7, Kevin Marvelous. He was a little bit late for the party, but he is with us. He is racing from an outside post. Now, he had a huge victory at Flamborough 2-back where he just circled them like a 3-5 shot. He was actually 15-1 in that one. He comes up here, and he's bet right off the board, and I expected a little more. I guess he just sort of got lazy on the front end.
Yeah, Modern Rider got to him, and that actually was not a good result for me or you on that occasion, Sugar. And the thing that's interesting about Kev Marvelous, I look at it, and you look at those two efforts, it's like a tale of two races, and it makes you wonder about, the whole bounce theory. I know in thoroughbred racing, the bounce is a big thing. Some say it's the same, similar in standardbred racing, and maybe that's what happened, because I'll be honest, I thought it was pretty disappointing effort from Kev Marvelous last time. He only got beat 3/4 of a length in second, but I thought he should have closed it out. He was racing back off short rest. Who knows? Maybe he rebounds tonight. I'll tell you what, if you bet him at 25 cents to the dollar last time, how do you not take 5-2 this time?
Gotta love the 5-2, especially how he won the start before over Flamborough. As mentioned, he's 15-1 in there. He circled them. He's like 3 or 4 wide and flying, and he won like a heavy favorite. He's right on the bit. I think he's better when following a helmet. So maybe laying off the speed tonight and trying to swoop them again like he did at Flamborough 2-back. Number 7, Kev Marvelous, still 5-2 here. It's the starter. Calls for the horses. Gates moving then. We've got Casey's Dragon, Captain Ray, Bet the Limit with the claim header. Modern Riders in the center. Then Victory Move, Sam McKee Hanover, and Kev Marvelous. Those are the 7 noses on gate. Favorite status now at post time, 7, Kev Marvelous, top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. They're off at the limit. Leaving on out of there. Next door was Modern Rider up on the wide path. Sam McKee Hanover shipping in, trying to get involved in here. And way up on the outside was Kev Marvelous. Kev Marvelous actually 3 deep around this opening turn. Jason Ryan, no thoughts of taking back in here. He's just floating him now. Leading is Bet the Limit. Second best is Captain Ray. Modern Rider third, and going under a hold there. The holding pattern for Kev Marvelous, but he's been parked thus far. Along the inside of fifth was Casey's Dragon. That is back to Sam McKee Hanover. Victory Move would have to circle them from last. 28 seconds flat. The opening quarter mile speed for the claimed one. Bet the Limit up front for Ray. Right there in second is Captain Ray. Traveling in third is Modern Rider. He's thinking about it. He's moving, providing cover to Kev Marvelous. Off the back end, Sam McKee Hanover. Struggling along the inside was Casey's Dragon. And at the back of the bus, Victory Move. 57 and 2. Halftime speed. Bet the Limit still going on with it. Modern Rider now the challenger here with just over 3/8 left to go. It's Captain Ray, and he's inside to be third. Gapping slightly on cover fourth. Kev Marvelous. Then fifth and in, Casey's Dragon. Sam McKee Hanover, and a gapped off 7 for Victory Move. Going up to 3/4 pole, and now Bet the Limit still the one. Still challenging. Modern Rider way up on the outside. Kev Marvelous is coming on. Kev Marvelous now moving into second. Locked and blocked to third. Captain Ray 3/4 up in 1:26. They were 28 and 3 through the third. And Bet the Limit, he's all in. Kev Marvelous keeps on coming. Captain Ray could use a way through. He's going to find room at the inside. Bet the Limit. Captain Ray. Kev Marvelous. Captain Ray, Bet the Limit, Captain Ray! Maybe over Bet the Limit. Sorry, found a way through and may have gotten there. It's a picture to decide the fourth. Here's the stretch drive. Bet the Limit was hanging on, but blasting through along the inside, Captain Ray. And those final strides appeared to have gotten there. Captain Ray, Austin Sorey on board, shooting up the inside to get the better of Bet the Limit. 2, 3, 7, and 1. It's unofficial. Here's Captain Ray coming back, 4-year-old son of Captain Treacherous, out of On the Glass by Art Major for Lindsay Kerr, Dave Dayton, Michaela Romano, Lindsay Trains, Austin Sorion for the victory. A 156-2 win tonight. Just a few ticks off his lifetime best. Captain Ray, his 5th career win. That's 3 on the season. Race number 4, we figured it would be a bit wide open in there. It was. Good horse race there as Captain Ray came out on top, 820. Exactor 32.10. Dollar Try 99.55. Super for a buck 466.35. 20 center worth 93.27. So Casey's Dragon was 4th. Captain Ray was a winner. Bet the Limit 2nd and was claimed. Modern Rider 6. Victory Move 7th. Sam McKee Hanover 5th. Cab Marvelous finished 3rd. 28, 57-2, 126 and a mile of 156-2. Captain Ray with Austin Sorey on board, shooting up the inside for the victory. Top down a 4-1-2, 6-7-5-3. The claiming action from race 4, number 3, Bet the Limit. Claim for $18,750 goes to trainer Bruce Goit. Race 5 is up and coming, an autumn series for the 2- and 3-year-old trotting fillies. Exactor Try, the Super High 5. This is the 2nd leg of this autumn series. Scratch the 5, Epic Thrill. 7 trotters then for the 5th in 10 minutes.
Here's the tight win photo from race number 4, shooting up the inside. Captain Ray just getting the best of Bet the Limit, who did all the work in race number 4. We're about 6 minutes away from race 5, final leg of an early pick 5 in London. We had a large pick 4 pool here to chase after $17,000 plus. There's the live money, $2,522 live and in play after leg 1 and a victory by a 3-to-1 shot. Here's your pick 5 Will Pays favorite to complete it. Number 6 PC Freewheelin', 358.10 coming back on a 20-cent play. There was action as well for both one. Jandals, a first-time starter. 2-year-old daughter Muscle Mass goes out for Susie Kerwood. The 8 Luna Sealster took the same kind of action, goes out for trainer driver Greg Dustin. We've got an autumn series for 2- and 3-year-old trotting fillies up next. Leg 2, and the favorite, well, we'll call them co-favorites right now. They are the one Jandals, a first-time starter, and 6 PC Freewheeling.
Trotters for the Autumn Series on track now. These are 2- and 3-year-old fillies. And led by number 1, Jandal. She's the first-time starter for SNR Racing Stable Inc. of Acton. Susie Kerwood training. Scott Coulter on board for her career debut. Number 2, it'll be City Lady. Austin Sorey would try to come right back here for the owner, Vicky White. Trainers Nelson White. Preston Shaw owning and driving number 3, Enjoy the Moment. Conditioned by Emily Leake. You're looking at 4, Chasen Jaden, Jeff O'Brien owning, training, driving, sharing ownership with Pamela Baum and Eldon and Carol Wetlofer. Five is out. Number 6, PC Free Wheeling. Scott Young for Amy and Curtis Clements. Peter Clements trains. Here's Bruce Richardson on a first-time starter, number 7, Jula Marionette for Tommy Anderson, along with Jula Racing Inc. Susie Kerwood condition again. Bruce Richardson on another first-timer here, 7, Jula Marionette. And number 8, Luna Seelster. Luna Seelster, the most experienced of the group here, owned by Sean O'Brien, trained and driven by Greg Dustin. 6 trotters on gate, plus a trailer in the Autumn Series. Exactor try. This is a super hi-fi play. Okay, here we are with Robert Reed Jr. setting up the action for tonight. He loves the chances here for number 6, PC Freewheeling. Horse players are really on this horse too, Rob.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all. Looks good on the track right now. See how she handles the turn here. Should be okay, because that first lifetime start at Grand River September the 10th was actually a real good one. Ended up going parked first over the entire mile. Ended up finishing 4th, rebounded with a nice win in the front end. Now, last time obviously scratched, due to sickness, a bit of a concern, and hasn't raced in a month now. But with the addition of Scott Young tonight, I think this filly's got a lot of talent. And for me, I looked at this race and said, you know what, she's going to get it done. So 4 to 5, not the price we're hoping for, but I do think she's the best in here.
I'm with you. I think if they were just kind of going to go easy on her tonight, you'd probably see Curtis Clements back on board. But with the addition of Scott Young, you have to be thinking they're going for it. They want a spot in the Autumn Series final.
Yeah, exactly. There's no real margin for kind of giving her an easy go of it, because no points last time, right?
Right.
So and was scratched out of that event, so you got to get the job done tonight and produce a big effort.
Right.
Even money, not the biggest fan, but hey.
Right on. Sort of like win and you're in, right? Less than 2 minutes wagering time now on this 5th race. Again, the Autumn Series. Number 5 is a scratch in here, so I guess we'd be looking for, well, we'll bring up the 8 then, Luna Seelster. I like this trotter. Now, Greg Dustin did a great job with her last time out. She broke at the start, but did manage 3rd. She was 3rd best before that in a 2-2 mile over London. That's enough to go with these.
Yeah, I think so too. And you look at her, she's got 1 win and 20 starts lifetime, but she's hit the board 7 for 17 this season. So one that can definitely pick up pieces. 7 to 1 on the boards, probably a bit of an overlay right now, but that might be because of the fact that she's, been a bit camera shy in her career. But, from the trailing post, she might get away well, and she can certainly be in the mix.
She did make that break last time out. I think Greg tried to leave a little bit with her. I mean, when you're leaving post 8, you cannot leave, right? You're behind the one horse, so no shot of leaving any. But like you said, she might be able to sit a bit of midfield in here. Number 1, Jandals. Susie Kerwood, she's got a couple of 2-year-olds making their career debuts in this. She gets a rail to work with. She's got an outside rail. Here's Scott Coulter with Jandals.
Yeah, just won with a first-time starter last night at Mohawk Park. So yeah, you got to like the connections, and they're both first-time starters that I thought the qualifiers were okay on, especially the one Jandals and pole position to work from. I don't usually like that with a 2-year-old trotting filly, to be honest, but it can still be advantageous on a half-mile surface. So I put this one in for third with the scratch of the 5. Epic Thrill now gets bumped up to second. Just thinking maybe, if she can build off that qualifier, she can get a piece in here.
Right on. The action continues in number 6, PC Freewheelin'. Great that you've pointed out that the first time PC Freewheelin' started in a pure mutual race, parked first up all the way to just miss in 2:02. Now, when I see parked mile and a half mile, I'm immediately taking 2 seconds off that. So really, you can consider that a 2-minute mile. There's nothing in here that can trot 2 minutes and a half mile just yet that we've seen, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. And it was a big effort, and the follow-up one was just done very easily. There was no urging required, and it was put away pretty early for PC Freewheel and shut down at the wire. So I think we'll see her even do better things tonight with Scott Young on the bike.
Right on. The starter calls them in. Number 6, PC Freewheelin', coming off a victory where Robert Reed Jr. says no urging required. Makes me think of old Phil Collins. No jacket required. Here we go with an autumn series in London. This is leg 2. We've got Jandals, a first-time starter on the rail, then a City Lady, Enjoy the Moment, Chasin' Jaden, PC, Freewheeling, and Jula Marionette, another first-time starter here for Susie Kerwood. She's got the 1 and 7, the trailing spot for 8, Luna Seelster. Who do you like? Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. And a breaker in front of the 8. Luna Seelster, the 3, Enjoy the Moment, rolled off stride. So Greg Dustin had an idea to leave behind 3 in there. It didn't really work out because now he's next to last. Through the opening turn, PC Freewheeling made the front quite easy here for Scott Young. The lead is 2 full lengths with City Lady, one of the longer shots in here to enjoy the pocket journey, and a gapped off third to the first timer Jandals. Trotting from 4th is Chasin' Jaden. Then it's back to Jula Marionette. Next to last, Luna Seelster and Never In It. Enjoy the Moment distanced off of this group. 30 and 2, the quarter-mile speed of PC Freewheeling being left alone up front here at 1 to 5. The long shot City Lady continues to track in second. All alone third is Jandals. Gapped off in 4th, Chasin' Jaden. That's got Jula Marionette thinking about it there in 5th. And the trailer moving out. There goes Luna Seelster. The halftime leader is PC Freewheeling. She's getting a ton of front end respect here after a half of 1:02 and 2. It's City Lady content to track from second, and why wouldn't she be? Sitting third, that is Jandals, trotting from 4th. Chasin' Jaden, nothing yet from the backfield. Now Jula Marionette getting underway from a 5th, providing cover for Luna Seelster. Still a lot of work to do for Dustin with that one. Down the backside they go, and PC Freewheelin' has just been out for a training trip thus far. City Lady continuing second, taking third on the outside. Jula Marionette. Gapped along the inside was Jandal, still waiting on Luna Seelster to do more. She's 5th. 6th is Chasin' Jaden, 133 and 2, 31 flat. Through the third, PC Freewheelin'. Scott Young has not lifted a line. He hasn't even spoke to this filly just yet. Down the stretch, PC Freewheeling just jogs here in her autumn series. A wrapped-up winner. Second best was City Lady. And third and 4th, the Kerwood starters. Jula Marionette third, Jandals 4, 2:02 and 3. Nice back quarter there. 29 and 1. No urging required. All Ready, judges' inquiry here. They're going to review the start of number 3. Enjoy the moment, making a break behind the gate. Again, a judges' inquiry, reviewing the break by 3 at the start. Hold all tickets. All right, for the high five combination, it is a 6, 2, 7, 1, and 8. 6, 2, 7, 1, 8 for the high five. Easy victory here for number 6, PC Freewheeling. She's the 3-year-old daughter of Wheeling and Dealing out of Heroin Sealster by Federal Flex. For the owners, breeders, Amy and Curtis Clements of Dobbinton. Peter Clements Training. Scott Young on board for this autumn series of victory. She just jogs tonight in 2:02 and 3. We'll look forward to seeing her in the final. PC Freewheeling winning her Raceway debut. Congratulations. As a result of the judges' inquiry, all horses did receive a fair start in race number 5. Looks like 6, 2, 7, 1, and 8 will stand here in the high five.
Race 5, went official 250 to win for PC Freewheelin'. 20-cent pick 5 came back at 358.10. That's all right. Exactor from the 5th, 14.50. Dollar try, 79.85. The high 5 for 20 cents. Heavy fave on top, a 135.86. Jandows finished 4th. City Lady 2nd. Enjoy the Moment 7th. Jason Jaden 8th. 5 was scratch. PC Freewheelin' was a race winner. Jula Marionette was 3rd. Luna Sealster 5th. 30 and 2, 102 and 2, 133 and 2. Nice back quarter there for PC Freewheelin'. 29 and 1 for a trip and 202 and 3. Top down a 4-2-7-8 scratch 1-3 and 5. Turn the page. Go on to race 6 for the start of a late pick 5 in London. Put the open bridle and won L'Argent Lester. Race 6 featuring a best bet for the hashtag Lunos. He's going to chase after number 3, Fern Hill Breeze. Lou says this horse is better than he's showing. We got about 9 minutes. 9 minutes wagering time on race 6, Exactor Try, Super, and a pick 5 starting up. Had some friends tuned in from back around the Maritimes this evening. The Barlows. The Barlow stable were always kind to me through the summer, over around Summerside. Anytime I was biking through, the Barlows always had some nice words, and they're tuned in. Turned on to the Raceway here tonight. Thanks so much for the note. Always great to hear from the folks back home. Then we've got the Wilkies. We've got Shelley Limer and Tyler tuned in tonight, and congratulations to Kyle Wilkie, who had his first training double this past Saturday over at the Red Shores in Charlottetown. Glad to have you with us tonight, folks. 8 minutes away from race number 6. So race 6, as mentioned, a late pick 5 starting up. Race 7, claiming action. Race 7, single claims entered on both 3, Shipping Out, and the 6, Rye and Klein. Claims entered, single claims on 3 and 6 in race 7. And please note in race 7, number 7, Terracotta Lad, will be leaving from the post position 8, the trailing spot 8. Race 7, it's noted in the program, the 7, Terracotta Lad, leaving from the trailing post position 8.
TC Freewheeling, easiest kind of winner in race number 5. Second leg of the Autumn Series. How about that early pick 5? 20 cents, $358, ending on a 1-5 jog burger. You know what time it is now, though? Race number 6. It's time for the late pick 5. Same guarantee, $7,500. Low takeout, 15%. Already over $3,000 in the pool. It's going to keep on climbing. Let's take a look at both Sugars and mine. The tickets we've mapped out for you. And math was hard last time for me, but we'll get it right this time. Here we go in race number 6. 2 deep with the 3 and 8. I'm using going a different direction on my ticket. We'll get to that in a second, though. Race 7, Sugar's going to use the 1, 3, 5, and 6, spreading out there, going 4 deep. In race number 8, he's using the 5 and 6, Leafs and Wings, and always in the money. And the seniors pace doesn't have my best bet in there, so both Sugar and I cannot win this late pick 5 together. And race 9, the 3, 6, 7, and 8, that's Joe Rockhead, Coin Flip, You Were Driving Me Nuts, and Alley Flight. His single in race 10, the veteran, number 5, Champagne Phil for Ken Oliver. Oddly enough, I'm keying one out of that same barn, but we'll get to that ticket next. That ticket for Sugar is going to cost $12.80 for a 20-cent bet. Now look at my pick 5 ticket. Going to spread out here in race number 6. Going to the middle of the gate, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I like Simon Said, though. I don't like 2-1. I was hoping to get some value on this 9-year-old son of American Ideal. Second start back off a layoff. Got bet down last time. I like him as my top pick. Going 3, 4, 5, and 6, though, in this opening leg. 7th race, second leg. Sobble play the 1 and number 5 Shooting for the Stars. I really think that those are the 2 you want to be on in there. Race 8, I'm singling Twilight Zone. I think last time Post 6 got away 8th, ended up closing a couple positions. This time Post 3. Twilight Zone's a horse that gets really brave in the front end, so I'm going to single him. 5 deep in race 9, the 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. Close it out with the 2, 4, and 5 in race number 10. The 4, the Lone Ranger, is my top selection. I'm spending a little bit more this time. I don't usually spend this much. $24 for 20 cents. I like Twilight Zone. He's my best bet. I want to build a ticket around him and hopefully get a big one down. We got 2 minutes to post for race number 6. Make sure you get your late pick 5s in. The first one paid fantastic. This one will likely do the same.
Post parading now. Starters for race number 6, led by the 1, the Largent Luster. Travis Cullen tonight for Steve Bester, trainer Catherine Cochran. Open bridle tonight for the 1. Number 2, it's Blake's Boy. Scott Ray driving for Brydown Farms, Inc., the trainer Kendall Raw. Co-favorites currently at 2-1 are both 3, Fernhill Breeze, and 4, Simon Said. Here's Fernhill Breeze. Rob Shepard on board for Ron Woodburn. Patrick Shepard conditions. Simon Said, the 4. Lindsay Kerr owning training. Travis Henry in the bike. Stuart McQueen and James Grant and James McDonald share the ownership on 5, Real, with Stu training Anthony Hahn. Number 6, Mr. X, Tyler Borth for Blue Shoe Investments, Tyler Nostad training. 7 outside, Cal Hanover, owned and trained by John Holding, Brett McDonald. And a trail out, number 8, Note to Self, Hanover, Jason Ryan for Triple S Equine. The trainer is Mitch Tierney. Those will be your 8 pacers to line up for race 6, Exactor Try Super Start of our late pick 5. And now action on Simon Said. He is the lone favorite currently at 2-1. And there is a look at the favorite. Simon Said. Lindsay Kerr already in the winner's circle once tonight. Travis Henry's been there too with another trainer. Simon Said to me was a little bit flat in his, we'll call this the meet debut. So he's out for a second start tonight. What do you like about Simon Said here?
Second start back off the layoff, Sugar. That's what I really like about him. You know, he's one that qualified really well at Mohawk Park, and then did have a little break between that qualifier and that first start back, and was off a lot of time. You know, between the start before that, all the way back in February. So I just think that you look at that last effort, maybe a horse that was just short, got away in the 2-hole, ended up backing away in the stretch. I don't think he's going to do that again this time around, especially if he gets that kind of a favorable trip. 9-5 on the board. Not what I was hoping for. I was hoping everyone would go off him based on that performance. That's why I put him on top. But I did go 4 deep in the opening leg of the pick 5 here.
I got away from him. I think I had him picked on top last time, and he had a wonderful trip. He was just so flat. The qualifier looked great before, as you mentioned, over Woodbine Mohawk Park. I know he was away for a while, but just so flat for me. So that's had me looking elsewhere in this one. Simon said a top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. Race 6, the opening leg of a late pick 5. And then you're looking outside to some speed. Number 6, Mr. X. We all know him around London. He loves it on the lead.
Yeah, it's hard to leave him off your ticket ever, isn't it? Because you know that he's going to be pointed in a direction. He's got 51 lifetime wins, over 268,000 in the bank. He raced well, really, to finish second last time. Note to self, Hanover won a big trip, last time here at the Raceway, October the 5th, and then got the job done in Leamington in a condition race last time. So I think that Mr. X is one that you can't leave off your ticket. 6-1 actually, to me, is a bit of an overlay. He was 3-1 in this class, 2 starts back, and really didn't get beat by too much. Just a length to Note to Self Hanover, I thought raced fantastic on that occasion.
Right on. It could be speed here at a 4. Simon said the 6, Mr. X. They all show speed, and so too does number 5, Rio. Number 3, Fernhill Breeze. Not a whole lot of early speed from this one, but does like to come on late, but have to be much better than he was last time out. He was well back at 3/4. Shows an interference line. Not sure how bad he was affected by that, but finished well back in that one.
Yeah, it was enough to have a little bit of an impact. It certainly didn't change the fact that he wasn't going to get close to the top horses in the race, especially Nate's Bucky. But I just like the fact that this is now second start back with Patrick Shepherd. He's had a lot of success with Fernhill Breeze in the past, and I put this horse in for third. And I do prefer, Simon said, a Mr. X over him, but I think he's one you have to be cautious of in here. And right now, I think everyone agrees getting bet down to 5-2.
Right on. Kind of looks good here. Number 3, Fernhill Breeze. For the Shepherds here, third selection for Robert Reed Jr. And then there's the big horse, Real, leaving from post 5. I was surprised to see him get away from the seniors pace event. He went back in for the price. He did manage a solid second against the senior horses last time out, but wants to go back in for the price of $8,500 here.
Yeah, another classy veteran, right? 38 lifetime wins, almost 260,000 in the bank, and he's kind of the X factor to me in here. Seniors pace last time, finished second, and I don't think that last effort in this class is indicative of how he can race. That was a trailing post on that occasion, and that's not his MO. He's one that needs his nose on the gate, and I think he can get into it early in here. So I'd say 9-1 on the board right now on Real. That's a pretty big price.
Okay, speaking of big prices, speaking of a trailing spot, how about this 8, Note to Self Hanover? Now, I know you loved him 2 back, and he happened to get the job done for Kyle Bossens. Every chance went away last time out when he got interfered with and had to pull up 18-1 for number 8. Note to Self Hanover goes out for trainer Mitch Turney, Jason Ryan on board. I love this price.
Yeah, the price is kind of wild. I know to Self Hanover.
It is.
Like, everyone's forgotten about him. At 7-hole last time, he got bet down to 3-1, had everything go wrong that could possibly go wrong, and now gets the trailing post. You're getting 19-1. You're talking me into him, Sugar, and I think I'm going to have to play an extra pick 5 with him on the ticket because he'd be a big-time bust out at 19-1. A horse that should not be that price.
Right. I had him pegged to be part of this, and I love that price. I don't think you're going to get the 19-1 come post time because we're talking him up now. But right now, he is the best value on the tote board by far. Note to Self Hanover from the trailing spot. Gates moving. Still time. You'd have to hurry.
Lajon Lester's got the rail, then Blake's Boy, Fernhill Breeze, Simon Said's in the center, then Real, Mr. X, Cal Hanover, trailing spot for Note to Self Hanover. I've got a feeling this first turn is going to get a bit crazy-like. I think the speed is going to come from the outside here. Top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off. Simon Said, Mr. X. Real wants to be up close and on the inside. Lajon Lester with some early speed. So Mr. X from an outside post trying to go around. Simon Said, Real comes into play. He's sitting third. So spots have been settled up front. Mr. X will cut this one out. Simon Said for the pocket ride again. Real is sitting third. Lajon Lester up close at fourth. Racing at a fifth. We got Blake's Boy. Then came Note to Self Edward. Right lining from third. How about Real going first up in the early going after a speedy quarter of 28 seconds flat. And now it's on Mr. X against Real. And then it's Simon Said in the pocket trip. It's Lajon Lester continuing in fourth, fifth, then in Blake's Boy. Here comes Note to Self Hanover, peeking to the outside from six to follow on that move. A little bit sluggish in the early going was Fernhill Breeze next to last in the trailer. Cal Hanover, the half clocked up in a nifty 57 and 1. Mr. X trying to go downtown in London. Right on his wheel is Real. Simon Said continuing up there in the top three. Fourth is Lajon Lester. Note to Self Hanover's coming off the back end, saving ground. Blake's Boy, Fernhill Breeze still waiting on him. He's actually last now, and he's going to be about 4 deep down the backstretch. Mr. X still going strong. Mr. X from parts unknown had them by 3/4, 126 and 2. He was 29 and 1 through his third frame, and Mr. X by 2 full lengths. Chased up in second. Simon Said he left to do a whole lot more. Blake's Boy soon to be third, 4 deep on the outside. Note to Self Hanover. Mr. X turns it on as he turns for home. Mr. X by 3, clinging to second. Simon Said the backfield swarms in on him, though. Mr. X, Gonzo, Borth for Nustet. Close for second. Lajon Lester trying to be there against Simon Said, and then very close for fourth. 157 and 1. Mr. X doubles up. So it's the 6, Mr. X on top here at 4-1. Number 1, Lajon Lester was in for the deuce over 4, Simon Said, and then it's number 2, Blake's Boy, fourth in the Superfecta. 6, 1, 4, 2, unofficial. Returning down in front here is Mr. X, 10-year-old son of Mr. Big, out of Madam Luck by Northern Luck for Blue Shoe Investments of Ohio. Tyler Nostad training, Tyler Borth. On board for the victory, Mr. X wires this field in London. That's a solid winning effort tonight. 157 and 1 as he just bottoms out the field. 10:30 to win on Mr. X. The exacta worth $127.60. Dollar try 166.65. The superfecta for $1. 1,000, 10.20. Those superfectas have been paying well all night long. 20-cent super coming back at 202.04. Jean Lester was second. Blake's Boy fourth. Fernhill Breeze 7. Simon Said was third. Real was 8. Mr. X, a race winner. Cal Hanover 5th. Note to self, Hanover was 6. 28. 57 and 1. 126 and 2. And a mile of 157 and 1. Mr. X for career win number 52. And that is 6 on the season. From the top at 247. 38156. Back half for a Tuesday night in London up next. Claiming event, exacta try super in race 7. Claims are entered. Single claims on 3. Shipping out on 6. Ryan Klein, 5 minutes away. Pick 4 Whoopies now on display here. Going on to race number 7. The favorite to complete it, number 5, Shootin' for the Stars. Coming back just shy of $200 based on a dollar play. You could call them second choices. Number 3, Shipping Out. The 1, the Sabo play. Starters on parade. It's the back half of our Tuesday night program. Starting up, race 7 of 12 on parade. A group of 7,000 other claimers. Number 1, Sauble Play. Brett MacDonald for owner-trainer Lindsay Kerr. West Ridge Warrior, the Old Grey, from post 2 for Nicole Davies. Paul Davies training Bruce Richardson up. Ashley Brenner, Aliette the owner. Bruce Goit training 3. Shipping out. Jay Harris stays on. A claim is entered. Mac the Knife 4. Scott Ray for owner-trainer Chris Keane. Shooting for the Stars at a post 5. Austin Sorey driving for Blue Shoe Investments. Tyler Nostat is the trainer. Triple S Equine owning Mitch Tierney training at number 6 Rye and Klein. Jason Ryan up. Those will be your 6 starters on gate. Number 7 Terracotta Lad, as listed in the program, will be leaving from the trailing spot 8 for owner trainer Gord McDonald. Todd Borth to do the driving. There you have it. 6 starters on gate plus a trailer. Exactor try at a superfecta. Single claims on 3 and 6. Okay, the back half of our program starting up now. The 5 Shooting for the Stars for trainer Tyler Nostad. Austin Sorey in the winner's circle tonight. Tyler Nostad in the winner's circle there with the Mr. X. Boy, did he get brave on the front end tonight, Rob.
Yeah, it was a real, kind of a nostalgic performance there for Mr. X. I've seen him do that so many times where he goes to the front and paces away. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way for the veteran, but tonight it did, and he looked fantastic throughout the mile and was just tons of the best tonight.
For me, Mr. X, the longer he goes without getting looked in the eye, the better. Some horse just can't take the eyeball.
Yeah, no, you're right. He gets really brave. He swells up on the front end, and tonight that was the case. You could see, Tyler Borth had a mitt full, and Mr. X just wanted to go more and more, it seemed, on the front end, and he's one that gets really brave when he's left alone, and that's how it panned out tonight.
Exactly what happened. The 5 Shooting for the Stars here. Austin Sorey, as mentioned already, in the winner's circle, and Tyler Nostad. He can get there, too, with Shooting for the Stars. I don't know much about this one, but the wins this season, we go back to race 1 where the whole field had 3 wins combined for 2021. Here's a horse with 11 victories already in 2021. He certainly knows his way to the winner's circle. Number 5, Shooting for the Stars.
He does. He knows his way to the front end as well, and I think that's going to be the strategy in here. At least I hope it is. He's got speed, and he's one that you look to the inside of him. There's not a lot of gate speed, so I'm hoping he's blasting out towards the front end. And 5-2 right now on Shooting for the Stars is a lot more than I thought we'd get. I thought that we'd see this one in the 8-5, 7-5 range, maybe even less than that, because I think there's a good chance he gets to the lead and might get left alone.
Right on. Still a ways to go here. Looking for the 5, Shooting for the Stars to get the job done here. And likely will go lower than that 2-1. You're looking at 1, Sauble Play right now. Gets a rail to work with, but not a whole lot of early speed in his back pocket by the looks of his program lines. Robert Reed Jr.
Yeah, that's the big problem with Sauble Play. And I took a little bit of criticism last time, Sugar. I made this one my best bet. Got hammered down to 90 cents to the dollar, and some guys were saying, how did you make a horse your best bet that doesn't have any gate speed? Grande Sealster went all the way in the front end of that occasion, and this time I'm proceeding with caution on Sauble Play. I love the fact that he raced well last time. Second start now for Lindsey Kerr, and I think we'll see another good effort tonight. Just don't know where he's going to get away off the gate. He's got the pole position, but no gate speed. So I like him for second. I have him to pick 5 as well.
You know what? Brett McDonald gets the call to drive Sauble play. Take nothing away from that deuce last time. I know the whole family with Grande Seelster, they were very, very happy to be in the winner's circle for that one. I know Brett McDonald put something up on his social media saying that Grande Seelster in winning, that one was for Grandma. So a very special victory for Brett with Grande Seelster last time out going all the way in London. He gets a shot with a Sauble play who will try to have to get away a little bit closer near the lead to be a serious factor with this group. This is a competitive group. You're looking at 6, Ryan Klein. That would be one to think about in here. There is a single claim entered, Rye and Klein, with Jason Ryan on board. This one does have some early speed to work with as well.
Yeah, he does, and we might see this one pointing towards the front as well. Well traveled, right? Raced the last 3 at Rito Carlton, before that 3 at Grand River, and one that definitely has ability. I think it needs to have a trip kind of go his way. I don't know if he's going to take much adversity in here. 4-1 on the board's not a bad price.
Right on. One of the longer shots here you've included in the Superfecta is the gray, number 2, West Ridge Warrior. Now, I got to meet up with Paul Davies on Superfinals night in at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and we get to talking, of course, about Desperate Man. What a great story. Paul Davies with his wife and the in-laws there with that horse, and we get talking about Outlaw Grabbing Gears, and we get talking about this old gray, and Paul says he just won't pass one. Paul will be back driving the horses here very soon, but West Ridge Warrior likely to be doing well if he could find his way into the Superfecta here.
Yeah, and he's one that doesn't win often. You know, he's only got 1 win and 50 starts over the last 2 seasons, but he hits the board with a lot of frequency. And the thing that's interesting for me is that I put him on the bottom end of it because I wanted to play against Shipping Out. And nothing against the horse. I was on him 2 starts back, but everything kind of fell into his lap last time. The race came home in 32-4. He came home in 31-4. That's not going to happen tonight, I don't think. So 2-1's far too short of a price in Shipping Out. So I said, you know what, bottom end of the Super, I'm going to put a bomb in there.
There are no guarantees in racing, Robert, but I will guarantee we're not going to see a quarter in 26.5 and 55 in this one. What do you think?
I think that's a safe bet, Sugar.
Right on. Here we go then. We've got a group of claimers here. Race 7 to wind down in early pick 4. Sauble play, West Ridge Warrior, Shipping Out, Mac the Knife, Shooting for the Stars, Ryan Klein, and then in the trailing spot, Terracotta Lad into the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. They're rough, Shooting for the Stars, and Austin chases this one up to leave on out of there. Along the inside, Sauble play with early speed. You betcha. Sauble play on the lead. That is unfamiliar territory for this one for a long, long time. Sauble play gets the marching orders here at 2-1. Second best and not backing off just yet. Shooting for the Stars. Was shooting for the top. Thought better of it. He pockets up now in second. Here's the quarter mile speed. Your bullet. 27-2. Sauble play. Missionized. Shooting for the Stars is second. Ryan Klein looks at it from third. Early movement now. Here comes Shipping Out, and Harris with some pace to chase. Terracotta Lad traveling all alone in the 5th spot. Then it's a gap back to West Ridge Warrior, and the trailer was Mac the Knife. 1/2 gone, 1 to go. Sauble play still going forward, still tugging on Brett McDonald. Here's a half of 56-2. Sauble play on top, second best, Shooting for the Stars. Out there in third, Shipping Out is trying to make something happen. Ryan Klein is a buried 4th, with them in 5th. Terracotta Lad, West Ridge Warrior getting underway. The trailer continues to be Mac the Knife. Sauble play, they can't get close. Sauble play unchallenged. Now Shooting for the Stars does take another shot. He's reborn. Shooting for the Stars from the pocket. And Sorry says, let's go. 126 flat for 3/4. Shooting for the Stars shoves a half length in front of Sauble play. 3 3 deep on the outside now. There goes a Ryan Klein. Still involved for Terracotta Lad. They make the swing. Show him if you got him time. Shooting for the stars. Sabo play. Ryan Klein still coming. Shooting for the stars. Goes up. Big win, and Soria is in for 2. Second best was Ryan Klein. Third was Sabo play. Looked like Terracotta Lad for fourth. 157-1. It's the 5 shooting for the stars on top here. 5, 6, 1, and 7 unofficial. Back-to-back wins for trainer and owners. Blue Shoe Investments. Tyler Nostat, they're coming back with shooting for the stars. Austin Sori driving for the double. 10-year-old son of San Shooter at a pretty Hoosier by Sportsmaster with his 12th win on the season. Victory tonight, 157-1. That is a gutsy winning performance, used multiple times in this one, shooting for the stars. Another victory in 2021. Again, that is win number 12 on the season. Congratulations. Going official here. Sabo play was third. Westridge Warriors 6. Ship It Out was fifth and was claimed. Mac the Knife 7. Shooting for the stars, a winner. Ryan Klein was second and was claimed. Terracotta Lad fourth. 27-2. 56-2. 126 and a mile of 157-1. Shooting for the stars. Top down 3, 6, 5, 7, 1, 2, 4. Shipping Out was claimed for $7,000. Goes to trainer Tom Riley. Ryan Klein was claimed for $7,000. Goes to trainer Tyler Nostad. 8th race, up and coming. Exactor Try Super, still on the pace for a field of 7. About 7 minutes wagering time. The prices from race 7. $5.70 to win for shooting for the stars, and that's all right. Exactor comes back at $28.60. Dollar Try, $48.50. Super for $1. $369.35. It's a 20 center. Yeah, we're $70 plus. Pick 4 for $1. $199.35. The 20 center, just shy of $40. Race 8, 6 minutes away.
4 minutes away from race number 8 coming up, the London Virtual Yearling Sales second session. Added today, individual yearling auctions in the second session of the 2021 London Virtual Yearling Sale closed beginning today at 12 Eastern Time. The first session took place on Monday with HIP 37 Century Jacqueline topping the opening day of offerings for $75,000. Bidding is underway on all 155 horses with the schedule of auctions as follows. They continue on into tomorrow with Wednesday HIP offerings of 80 to 119 closing at 12 noon, and then on Thursday HIP numbers 120 to 155, the offering there closing at 12 noon on Thursday. Thank you all for supporting the London Virtual Yearling Sale. Best Bet menu continues here tonight. Here's Robert Reed Jr.'s best bet coming up in race number 8. He's going to chase after a long shot in number 3, Twilight Zone, 5 to 2 in the morning line. A big price right now. Robert mentions this horse draws well and has that early speed. Should enjoy his company tonight. Twilight Zone at a price. A best bet for Robert Reed Jr. here. Race 8, the Seniors Pace coming up. All righty. So coming up this Friday, it's a Harness the Hope night here on track at the Raceway. And to kick off the action, race 1 beginning at 4:50, it's the Harness the Hope Pace featuring an all-female driving cast. How about Kayla Chappell, the BC Invader? Aboard number 1, GMC Trooper, then Annie Leon with the 2, Cranky's Boy. Britt Kennedy up on 3, Royal Ship. Then the 4, it's 88 Fingers Louie with Mariel Enberg. Julie Walker gets them out on 5, Viper. Viper actually shows a win in 150 and change south of the border this season. Rolling Rock at a post 6, Samara Johnson. Pam Forgy will pot at 7, Ace 44 Talent from the outside post. Natasha Day from the back tier with number 8, I Love What I Do. I kind of like Kayla Chappell's chances with number 1, GMC Trooper. If she can motivate that one in the early going, he just won't give in. He won't give up. Even if he doesn't get away near the lead, he can grit grind his way up into it. He can live on the outside and keep coming. So best of luck to all the ladies in the Harness the Hope Pace coming up in race number 1 this coming Friday evening. First race post time is 4:50. There'll be lots of on-track happenings for Harness the Hope night. You can also purchase virtual show tickets for their Harness the Hope virtual show. It's a live show taking place on Sunday, October 24th at 7 p.m. Eastern. And the grand door prize winners will be announced during the show. There'll be musical performances and more, and that will be produced, the virtual show, by Cujo Entertainment. So we've gotten word from Christy Dustin. They're excited about another Harness the Hope edition here in London. Out and on post parade now for race number 8. We've got Anthony Hahn driving 1, Kinna Bromack for owner-trainer Debbie O'Brien-Moran. Here's number 2, Lawman Rain, Ross Batton, owning, training, and driving, sharing ownership with Margaret Batton. Milton Young, the owner, Kenny Oliver, training, 3, Twilight Zone, Natasha Day.
Number 4, Eternal Ruler, Ryan DeRoche for Diane Sylvester. The trainer's Dwayne May. Greg Rogers owning, Mike Rogers training. Number 5, Leafs and Wings. The 14-year-old will try for his 58th career victory. Johnny Hahn on the lines. Trying to double up in a seniors pacing event is number 6, Always End the Money. Jason Ryan stays on for the owner, Michael Cecile. The trainer's Josh McKibben. And a current favorite in this field, number 7, Oak Rock El Dorado, off the claim for Jamaxpo Racing Stable LLC. Mitch Tierney training. Austin Sorey trying for his triple in this one. Those are your 7 pacers involved in a seniors event. 7 starters all on gate for an exactor try in Superfecta. Okay, so here's Natasha Day on board number 3, Twilight Zone. A best bet selection for Robert Reed Jr. and some value to chase after here, Robert. This is a nice old horse, and I like the idea that he does have that early speed to work with.
Yeah, I just think it looks like a good spot for him. So I could have called it a spot play, but I decided, you know what, I'll go best bet because I figured he'd give some value, and a lot of people are going to discount him after his latest, but that's not really his MO, right? He's a speed horse, and now with the 3-hole, no speed to his inside, I think Natasha Day is going to have this one fired up behind the gate, and I think really best option is to get to the lead and then maybe release one. And this is, you know, he's a veteran that gets brave, either on the lead or in a 2-hole type situation. So I just think 8-1's a real big number on a horse that was racing against a lot tougher, you know, prior to his latest, and racing in those upper condition classes on the B tracks. And I don't think he really has to face the ilk in here that he had to face in those spots.
Right. The program lines show there's 0 speed to his left. Natasha Day likely trying for a seat up close with number 3, Twilight Zone, a top selection plus a best bet selection for Robert Reed Jr. here in race number 8. I love these seniors events. The older pacers continue to go on and race against many of the same ilk, right? And Twilight Zone gets a great shot in this 8th race. Another one to think about could be the 6, Always in the Money. Beat many of these last time out, even money, so the betting public is staying with this one this time around.
Yeah, it's hard not to like Always in the Money, and I put him in for second, and I listen. If he goes out and wins a 6-5, I wouldn't be surprised, and I would just tip my cap to him because I thought that he raced well last time. You know, open length winner, and before that also raced pretty good, only getting beaten in the neck at Kawartha Downs. So in good form right now, and I think he deserves the designation of favorite. Maybe even as low as 6-5, and again, I would not be surprised if he gets the job done again.
Number 6, Always End the Money, trying to double up in the seniors event here in London. Number 5, Leafs and Wings, well known throughout basically every track in Ontario. He's done some great work over at Woodbine Mohawk Park, a mark of 150 and change as a 7-year-old. 57-time winner, well over $500,000 earned lifetime. Johnny Hahn stays on to drive for the Mike Rogers trained, Greg Rogers owned Leafs and Wings. What's not to like about this old dog?
No, there's nothing not to like about him. I was trying to actually figure out how many wins he's got at Western Fair, and I kept losing count when I was looking at track, and I've been having trouble with math tonight, Sugar. I had trouble with your pick 5 earlier, and no, 57 career wins and a pile of them here at the Raceway. So I left him off my pick 5, and I did so because I singled Twilight Zone. If I use more than 2 horses in here, it would have been definitely Leafs and Wings. The one thing that I do, as you struggle with in here, I don't think there's a lot of speed in the race, and I think he needs speed to chase.
He does. You know, he's been here in London basically every season that I've been here. I've been here since the fall of 2013. One thing I noticed about Leafs and Wings, if he's in contention, turning for home, you can almost see it in his ears. He will flick his ears. He'll pin them back, and he will travel. So if Leafs and Wings has some pace to chase, if he's with them turning for home, watch out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm concerned about with him, is that if he's in striking range, he can get there.
Totally agree. It's a field of seniors pacers. These are 11 years old and upward. For race number 8, Exactor Try and Super, there is still time. You would have to hurry, though. The action continues on 6, Always in the Money. Even the 7, Oak Rock Eldorado, put up those big fractions last time out. A tough post to overcome. Austin Sorry could be sending, though. Final thoughts on the senior space, Robert?
I'm just going to stick with Twilight Zone. 5 to 1's around the number I was expecting. I thought we'd get a bigger price in the 5 to 2 morning line. And you know what? I'm just going to take my shot today, right? You got to be aggressive sometimes and look for a horse that might be a bit of a price. And I'm hoping Natasha Day has him fired up off the gate as well.
You're getting a price right now, 5 to 1. Natasha Day aboard Twilight Zone. Hey, we've got Champagne Phil in later. I've made that one my best bet. It's another live play for Natasha Day, 4 to 1 in the morning line and dropping in class. We'll see Champagne Phil in race number 10. Like his chances tonight?
I do, yeah. I do think he's got a big chance as well. And, that would set up a pretty nice double if we get this one down, Ken Oliver and Natasha Day.
Right on. Here we go. The starting car moves into position here for race 8, the senior space. Still time. So the gate's moving. Now, I promised some shout-outs to some friends that were tuned in back home. The Barlow Stable out of Summerside. I mentioned we'll get them in behind the gate for shout-outs. So the Barlow Stable of Summerside. Nice to hear from his folks. And then we've got Shelley, Limer, and Tyler all tuned in out of Charlottetown, Kennebromac, Lawman Rain, Twilight Zone, Eternal Ruler, then Leafs and Wings. Always in the Money. Oak Rock Eldorado, the outside gate. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off in another senior space. Twilight Zone and Day gives this one the cue to leave, though Oak Rock Eldorado, he's up on the wide side and up between the old pacers, always in the money. It's Day settling the issue early. Twilight Zone is on the point, second best, always in the money, and he's thinking about it. Though driving on is Day. She wants to send Twilight Zone tonight and is doing so here at 5 to 1. The lead is a length and a half, always in the money for the trip. Oak Rock Eldorado found some pylons there at a third. The quarter-mile speed was quick, 27-2, 27 and 4, that is. So looking for a breather up front will be Twilight Zone. Appears to be getting it here at 3/8 completion. Always in the money is second. Got to settle it down here. Breathe. Oak Rock Eldorado is third. Lawman Rain is a midfield fourth. A move to the outside of fifth. There goes Eternal Ruler providing cover to Leafs and Wings. And the trailer, Kennebromac, half-timed up in 58. So Day did get her 30-1. Second quarter breather aboard Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone has 3/8 left to go. Always in the money continues with a tracking trip in second, gapping off in third. Oak Rock Eldorado appears to be giving in. Eternal Ruler keeps on coming. He's now showing third best on the outside and fourth and wide. Leafs and Wings. He's still about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. And then a buried 6 for Lawman Rain, and trailing was Kennebromac, 3/4 up at 1:27 flat. Brave up front. Twilight Zone. Day looks sharp with Twilight Zone. Always in the money. Will get a shot here, but is not gaining a whole lot just yet. It's the final 8th for old Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone still strong, always in the money, trying to take some heart away. It ain't going to happen, though. Here's a best bet for Robert Reed Jr. getting there. Twilight Zone goes downtown. Day on board for Oliver and Young, always in the money. Finishing second, old Leafs and Wings on for third, and maybe Lawman Rain for fourth best. 1:56-2. Twilight Zone for career win number 41. It comes in London. Number 3, Twilight Zone. Speaking of Brave, we saw Mr. X a couple of races ago. Brave ended up on the front end mission, and Twilight Zone was just more like a spitting image, right? Got left alone and was very brave when going all the way here for Natasha Day. Twilight Zone on top, 3, 6, 5, 2, and it's unofficial. Wonderful call on a best bet tonight for Robert Reed Jr., who's joining us for his commentary each and every Tuesday here at the Raceway. Here's Twilight Zone back, the 11-year-old son of Astronomical and of Ari's Donna by Drop Off. For the owner, Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, Kenny Oliver, conditioned, Natasha Day, driven to win. And he gets his 41st career victory, and that is number 3 on the season for old Twilight Zone in the seniors pace. He paid $12.70, exactor $29.10, the dollar try $52.55, super for $1, a $351.90, and a 20 center coming back at $70.38. Robert Reed Jr. just going ice cold on that triactor that came back at $105 for the $2 ticket. So congratulations, Robert. Nice handicapping there on the senior space. Kenna Romack was 6. Lawman Rain 4th. Twilight Zone won it. Eternal Roller 5th. Leafs and Wings 3rd. Always in the money. Finished 2nd. Oak Rock Eldorado 7th. 27-4. 58. 127. The mile of 156-2. That is excellent rating. Natasha Day on board number 3. Twilight Zone. Top down, a 6, 4, 1, 5, 3, 2, and 7. We'll on to race number 9 now to start up a late pick 4 in London. I got no changes here in the 9th. Exactor try, super pick 4. Just 6 minutes to think about it. Pick 5, money takes a serious beating after race number 8. Just $113 live and in play from a pool of well over $10,000 and still 2 legs to go. Best of luck if you're still going forward into race number 9. Starting up a late pick 4 next.
The late pick 4 now. Sugar and I have some tickets for you. The guaranteed pool, $7,500. Low takeout, 15%. And let's look at Sugar's ticket first. He's going 4 deep to start us off. 3, 6, 7, 8 with just a 5. Champagne Phil, he's looking for another win from Natasha Day and Ken Oliver. We just got one down with Twilight Zone, so why not? And then in race 11, 5 deep with the 1, 3, 4, 6, and 8. And then in the finale, the added distance race, just going 2 deep with the 4 Acrobat Hanover, but not singling that one like I did. Also using number 9, Drive Like You Stole It. And that ticket will cost you just $12 for 20 cents. Let's take a look at my ticket now in this late pick 4. We're still alive in that pick 5, folks. We're going to hopefully try to get this one down. But late pick 4 ticket now. See if we get mine up on screen here. We're gonna start off with the 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. It's 5 deep here. I think this is kind of a wide open type event here. So 5 deep in the opening leg here. Then 3 deep with the 2, 4, and 5. The Lone Ranger is actually my top selection. I do like Sugar's single, though, Champagne Phil as well. Race 11, 2 deep, Brody Scrapper and Pat McGarry. I think they're the 2 that stand out in there. That's in the preferred 3. And then I'm going to finish it off in race 12 with just a single, number 4, Acrobat Hanover. Last time was going to be a real easy winner before kind of getting a little bit steppy late, put in some steps, made a break at the wire, but still won with ease, and there was no cause for concern there. So I think Acrobat Hanover comes right back and wins again. And that ticket will just cost you $6, just $6 for a 20-cent ticket. But make sure you get your late pick 4 tickets mapped out and in. There's just 2 minutes to post, and you don't want to get shut out on this great wager.
Stepping out on a post parade for race number 9, Exactor Tri Super. This one starting at a late pick 4. Number 1, Tuca Rasp, Austin Silry, driving for owner-trainer Lindsay Kerr. Number 2, West Coast Kid, Ryan DeRoche will be in a sulky for owner John DeVito, the trainer Dolores Basalone. Looking at a 3, Joe Rocket, Tyler Borth for owner-trainer Michael Salas. 4 is TJ Silverado, Scott Coulter for Sheila and Serge Lebets, the trainer Daryl Roberts. Here's a look at 5, Lions Drinking Bud, Travis Henry for owner-trainer Caleb Stevens. Number 6, it'll be Coin Flip, Garrett Rooney driving for Amy Hardy, the trainer's Troy Cochran. Outside chance for 7, You Are Driving Me Nuts, Colin Kelly for William Pendleton, the trainer's Kyle Bossens. And to trail out number 8, Alley Flight for owner-trainer Brian Schufelt. Nick Stewart will be in the sulky. I believe that's a 2. West Coast Kid, DeRoche on for DeVito and Basalone, and that would be your field then for race number 9, Exactor Tri Superfecta, and the start of our late pick 4 in London. And I'm looking at the early selections from Robert Reed Jr. on tonight's card, and I got 2 here in front of me. Does that sound right, Robert? For a top selection here?
Top selection.
Pardon me?
Yes, you're correct, Sugar.
Okay, so we're looking for 2 to go on the monitors here. Production, West Coast Kid, Ryan DeRoche on board. Now, didn't have a lot of luck in his latest, but West Coast Kid, Ryan DeRoche on for Basalone. Tell us what you like about that horse.
I just threw that last one out. You've got a trailing post at Leamington and never really in it and got beat by a wide margin. But you go back further down, that line at Flamborough 3 back is one that I think is pretty competitive with this group. And you get an inside post to work from, has a little bit of step off the gate in a race that, I think the speed's going to be coming from the outside. So I'm just looking to get a trip with this one. And when I was handicapping this race, Sugar, I just wanted to try to land on one that might be a bit of a price. Now, 7-2 isn't bad. Was hoping for more than that. But I think we might see that float up come post time.
This is why I'm glad you're with us on Tuesday night. You're seeing things in the program lines that I'm not picking up on right off the bat. Many of these horses just coming to us here in London that I've never seen before, like West Coast Kid. I don't know if I've ever called this horse in a race before. We've missed 6 months of racing, the last 6 months here in London. So, again, you're seeing things that I'm not seeing in the lines. You're seeing things from these horses that have been racing all summer in Flamborough. So, good call, great call, excellent call on Twilight Zone there at your best bet, and maybe get a shot here with some value. Number 2, West Coast Kid. Here's the 8 now, Alley Flight. I do know what happened last time out. This one run leaving and took every chance away, and now you're going to stay with this one for a top 2 finish tonight. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I had Alley Flight picked second last time. I went right back to him in the second spot again tonight. I figured the price would float up off the break, and I thought that he looked pretty good on the track pre-race last time. Thought he looked pretty good up until he made that break. So I'm just looking at it. I love horses that race first time in a condition claimer. That's what this one was doing last time, and now I think we get more value this time out. Trailing post to work from, might be able to trip into it. I just think that there's something there with this horse, and I don't know. 11-1 seems like a real bargain on Alley Flight to me.
Right now, there's plenty of value on the rest of the field here. The betting public is getting behind number 7, You Are Driving Me Nuts. I got this one pegged in my top 2. Tough post to overcome, and you know what? There's not a whole lot of speed on the end of his miles, right? If they're close to him turning for home, final quarters in 30 and 31. They're not going to get too much here in London.
Yeah, no, and that win 3 back was very impressive at Grand River. But then, the last 2 here haven't been, really, I guess, up to par with the way he's been bet, we'll say. I think they're still decent efforts, but they're not in compared to what his odds have gone off at. Last time at a distance, so maybe you say, well, with going back to a mile is going to help this one. But I don't know. I just looked at it and said post 7 is going to be a tough spot for You're Driving Me Nuts in here. 2-1 on the board. That's an underlay to me. I have the horse pegged third, but I couldn't get too excited about that price.
Right on. Inside of 2 minutes for a late pick 4 in London. The more I look at this race, the more I listen to you, the more I'm thinking maybe spread them out. That all button could be the one here for race number 9.
Yeah, you know what? I think in the pick 5, Sugar, we got 5 horses here, and I'm kind of wishing we had an all right now.
Right on, I hear you. So the betting is strong here. Expect it to get even stronger. We've got TVG coming on board for our final few races this evening, and right now, well up and over $45,000 in total on this race, well over $11,000 in the pick 4 pool, and still time, less than a minute for race number 9. Any final thoughts on this one? Anything kind of jumping off the board as far as odds go, Robert?
I mean, for me, I think that Alley Flight's an overlay at 9-1, but I'm going to stick with West Coast Kid. I looked at this one and just thought inside post, and this race might kind of go his way today. At 3-1, I'll be honest, that's much shorter than I wanted to take, but hey, you know what? I stick with my selection, so I'm just going to hold sway with West Coast Kid.
Holding sway with West Coast Kid right now, a 3-1 top selection for Robert Reed Jr. The starter is calling for the horses. In behind the gate, Tuca Rask, West Coast Kid, Joe Rockhead, DJ Silverado, then Lions Drinking a Bud, Coin Flip, You Are Driving Me Nuts, Alley Flight, back daring it, straightening into the stretch. Here they come. They're rough. West Coast Kid with early speed. Wide side, You Are Driving Me Nuts, up between pacers. Joe Rockhead getting involved. Leading West Coast Kid for Ryan Darash, left out there was You Are Driving Me Nuts. No seat for that one just yet. Plugged in there in third is Joe Rockhead. They battle on towards the opening quarter mile. Could be looking at another bullet opener here tonight. You Are Driving Me Nuts was made to work for that lead. Quarter mile matches the bullet of 27-2. West Coast Kid is second best. All alone traveling third, Joe Rockhead. And it's a gap of 4 or 5. Back to fourth. That is TJ Silverado. Then Tuca Rask got away. Well, a sluggish beginning for that one. He's fifth and moving to the outside now, already 10 lengths off the lead. Getting underway into the backfield, travels Alley Flight. The back markers here, Lions Drinking a Bud and Coin Flip. 57-2 halftime speed, 30 flat through the second frame. You Are Driving Me Nuts still going on. West Coast Kid continuing second. Tuca Rask just took third on the outside. Towing Alley Flight right up into it here at 13-1 down the back stretch. You Are Driving Me Nuts. Here's company showing up though. Tuca Rask taking a shot here for Sorry. Alley Flight, as mentioned, towed right up into it. Keep an eye on the 6-horse Coin Flip trying to circle the field from last. He's 3 or 4 deep into that final turn. Throw a blanket over them. They're going to come from everywhere after 3 quarters. 1:27-2. You Are Driving Me Nuts. Tuca Rask, Alley Flight, Lions Drinking a Bud, Coin Flip from last. They're all in it as they come through the stretch. Tuca Rask still there. Alley Flight trying to go on by. Tuca Rask and Alley Flight. Tuca Rask and a Sorry triple. Alley Flight for second. Third goes to West Coast Kid. Then Lions Drinking a Bud rounds out a superfecta 1:58-2. Tuca Rask, Sorry on board for Kerr. Gutsy winning effort there. Tuukka Rask in 158 and 2. Second best was the 8 Alley Flight. Number 2, West Coast Kid third, and the 5 Lions Drinking a Bud on for fourth. 1, 8, 2, and 5. Austin Sorry, a big night underway, and he's not done yet. His third driving win tonight. His dad, Wade Sorry, tuned into the action here tonight. Proud of his son, I would assume, after hitting the winner's circle once again here in the Forest City. Tuukka Rask, 3-year-old, Bay Coast son of Shadow Play. At a Jingle, Jangle Jingle by 4 Stars Sharp for Lindsay Kerr. Lindsay trains Austin Sorry, triples up 158 and 2 aboard Tuukka Rask. Congratulations. Going official here in the night, Tuukka Rask had a morning line there of 8-1. Went away as a 2-1 favorite. Took late action in there. He returned to 690. Exactor 86.90. Dollar try 208.30. The super for a buck 1353.20. The 20 center coming back at $270.64. Tuukka Rask, a winner. West Coast Kid third, Joe Rockhead 6th, TJ Silverado 5th, Lions Drinking a Bud 4th, Coin Flip 7th, You Are Driving Me Nuts 8th, Alley Flight second best, 27 and 2, 57 and 2, 127 and 2 in a mile, 158 and, you guessed it, 2. Top down reads a 13654-782. We've got 3 more to go. And you could see by the pools there from race number 9, it's picked up in a big way. $85,000 wagered on race number 9 in total. Pick 4 pool, $21,000 involved. Tuukka Rask starting it up. We've got 3 more to go. Race 10 on the pace. I believe we're on the pace for our final 3. We are, and TVG is set to come aboard here soon for our final couple of races. Before that, though, race 10 up next. Number 5, Champagne Phil. I'm going to stick to him as my best bet selection on tonight's card. Natasha Day trying for her second win on the card. Trainer Kenny Oliverg will try for his second victory as well, as they teamed up with Twilight Zone in the seniors pace. We're 9 minutes away from race 10. Exactor try super. This one starts up a pick 3.
Pick 5 Will Pays now on display. These are based on 20-cent wagers, and the favorite to complete this one, number 5, Champagne Phil. $338 coming back on a 20-cent wager. There was some action as well for number 6, Homie Joe, $466.84. And then there's the rest. Should the 3 or 7 happen to upset here in race number 10, there would be a pick 5 carryover on and into Friday evening. Best of luck with any and all live plays here. 5th and final leg for the pick 5 is next here in race number 10. 4 minutes out. Here's the live money left in play from a large pick 4 pool. Well over $21,000 wagered into the late pick 4. $4,000 plus remaining live and in play. All right, so here we go. Best bet selection here for me. Race number 10, the 5, Champagne Phil. He 4-1 in the morning line. He's a 3-2 second choice right now. He meets much easier tonight, going for career win number 48. Natasha Day for trainer Kenny Oliver on Champagne Phil. Let's go. Stepping out on a post parade, race number 10 with 3 more to go in London. Exactor, Try, Super, and a pick 3 play coming up here. Number 1, Make It Come True. Anthony Hahn driving for Kerry Howard. The trainer's Jeff Graham. Number 2, Good and Sweet, Scott Coulter for owner-trainer Steve Colvin. Come On Barney's 3, Ryan DeRoche for Diane Sylvester, the trainer's Dwayne May. Don and Hedda McGregor share the ownership on 4, the Lone Ranger. Peter Core Training, Jay Harris gets the call. Number 5, Champagne Phil, Natasha Day for ICR Racing. Kenny Oliver trains. Homie Joe, the 6, will try to double up here for Angus. And Mark McCory. Taylor Fritz training. Tyler Borth in the bike. Outside chance for 7, Shadow Place. Brett MacDonald on board for owner-trainer Katie Miller. And then the 8, Goat d'Azur. It's Karen Olsen Burgess along with RAW Equine Inc. and James Walker, Sterling Fisher. They're all on the ownership line. Blair Burgess training. Alfie Carroll on board the 8. Those are your starters. 8 pacers for race 10. Exactor, Try, Superfecta, the start of a pick 3, and Robert Reed Jr. It's all you. I've got some work to do here prior to race number 10.
These numbers are 3,500 last 3. And, well, in this one, I went to the number 4, the Lone Ranger, and just kind of taking a shot on this one and hoping for a price, really, because I thought last time he was worth a look in the preferred 3 to get a piece of it. He was 36 to 1, and obviously much tougher company in there. He ended up getting hung out to the opening turn and got a really tough trip before he ended up fading to get beat, 8th, beaten by more than 12 lengths. Went a mile on the 16th on that occasion, back to a mile here now in a upper condition race, 5 to 1 on the board now on the Lone Ranger. And I just think that, we might see a different result here tonight, and raced well against this type of company in the past. He's hit the top 2 in 9 of 21 so far this season. The price for me is right on the Lone Ranger at 5 to 1, and I think he'll be a part of the early pace scenario. He tried to do it last time. It didn't work out against Tougher, and I think maybe this time he'll be able to get away well off the gate. In for second, I went to number 2, Good and Sweet, one that had the trailing post last time in this class, and really, didn't get away all that well, then was overland for a bit before finishing 5th. I just think that now from post 2, when Scott Coulter, back aboard, we're going to see this one, put more into play tonight. I just don't like the price, to be honest with you. 9 to 5 just seems like too short of a price for me on number 2, Good and Sweet. 5 to 2 in the morning line, but I thought we'd see a bigger number than that. And of course, there's the pools for you folks right now, just under $3,000 in the pick 3. Your last chance to play one of those multi-leg wagers, this pick 3 right here, and over 22,000 right now across all the pools here in race number 10. In for third, I went to Champagne Phil, and you know what? I probably should have gave Champagne Phil a little more respect in here because I loved Twilight Zone earlier. Well, Champagne Phil's that veteran's stablemate, and he certainly has had a pretty good career himself. Over 620,000 made, 47 lifetime wins. Ken Oliver trains just like Twilight Zone, not day aboard, just like Twilight Zone. And listen, I think this classy veteran fits pretty well in here. And he's one that has got tactical speed when he wants to use it, but if he ever trips out, I think he'd be pretty difficult to hold off. Right now, 3 to 1 on the board is probably the right price on number 5, Champagne Phil. And, I think he's one you have to give respect to in here and have all over your exotic tickets because, he's a horse that should relish the opportunity to get back in against these kind of horses after facing off against preferred types in each of his last 2. Preferred 3 last time here at the Raceway. Before that, a preferred 2 over at Flamborough Downs in a race that was won by Smooth Lou, the winner of the Gold Cup and Saucer. So Champagne Phil, 5-2 has a big chance in here, I think. Number 8, Côte d'Azur, just one that I put on the bottom end of it because I figured I thought I'd have the 3 favorites with my top 3 selections. So I wanted to put a price on the bottom end of it. Côte d'Azur is one that, look, he's only got 13,000 made lifetime. There's much easier spots probably for him, but he's a horse that does have some ability and can get into the race late, especially if there's ever something, goes on early with some big fractions up front. First time Lasix tonight, and Blair Burgess hands the lines over to Alfie Carroll, 19-1 on the board. Just one that I think might be able to, close late to get a piece of it at a big price. One that I've had, on my tickets before over at Grand River and at Hanover when he went off at some pretty good numbers. So Côte d'Azur is just one that I think might be able to get a piece of it. Another horse taking support here is Homie Joe. Would take nothing away from that veteran. He's got 174,000 made, 17 wins, and certainly turned in a big performance last time, going a mile and the 16th. He was a winner on the front end, but I just don't think Homie Joe's going to have an easy time of getting to the lead against this group. And this is a tougher class for sure, and easier to get to that front end spot in a mile and the 16th race. And I think he got fractions that were certainly in his favor. Now moves to the barn of Taylor Fritz, and Tyler Borth got along well with this one last time. So I understand why he's taking support down to 5-2. I just didn't end up using him in my top 4 because I thought maybe he would be a bit of an underlay, from that post 6, which it's only one spot further out than post 5, but enough so that I said, you know what, I'm going to pass this time around. So 5-2 on the board, Homie Joe right now. I think the horse is a real nice horse. He's done some great things in his career, but not one that I could get to tonight, especially not at that price. For me, I'm going to stick with the Lone Ranger. I think he's value right now is 7-2, hoping that he is up and at it early in this one, getting off towards the front. Sugar's going to have the call for you very shortly. They're going to the gate in race number 10.
Wonderful setup, Rob. Gate is moving here for the 10th. Make it come true. Good and sweet. Come on, Barney, the Lone Ranger. Then Champagne Phil, Homie Joe, Shadow Place, Côte d'Azur is in the back tier spot. Race 10 starters. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Champagne Phil left on out of there. So too did the Lone Ranger, and speed on the inside. Make it come true. Good and sweet. Stacks them up 4. High through that opening turn. Make it come true. Good and sweet. These two together. The Lone Ranger pockets up in second to Champagne Phil. Will find Pot-ons now in 4th. 5th best away for Come On Barney. Homie Joe going 3rd to last. And then the back markers are Côte d'Azur and a Shadow Play. Single file now. Reaching the quarter mile. They got there in 27-3. Good and sweet. Closed up at 9-2. He will carve it out here. Make it come true is second best. The Lone Ranger on the bid in 3rd. He's thinking about it, and he's going to commit to go first up for Harris, providing cover to old Champagne Phil. Here's Homie Joe getting underway off the back end. Staying inside was Come On Barney. Then Côte d'Azur. The trailer continues to be Shadow Place. Hooking up on the front end, it's the Lone Ranger against Good and Sweet. Inside to be 3rd, Make It Come True. Champagne Phil is out there in 4th. Getting involved in the 5th was Homie Joe, 57-4. The halftime speed, they'll get set to straighten for the backside run. Good and Sweet. Still the one, still challenging here is Come and Make It the Lone Ranger. 3 deep on the outside now. Champagne Phil with a backside rush and brush for day. It's Homie Joe getting involved. He's going to go wide through the final quarter. 126-1 for 3 quarters. Good and Sweet. Good and strong thus far. Champagne Phil is on the 3 wide side. Sticking around was the Lone Ranger. Homie Joe is going to the grandstand side. Make It Come True still involved into the stretch, and they appear to hook up the Lone Ranger. Champagne Phil. Here's Homie Joe. Homie Joe ate them all up and spit them out. Close for second. Make It Come True and Champagne Phil. 156 flat. Homie Joe Borth on board for Fritz.
10th race unofficial, 6152. Here's Homie Joe back for his second straight victory in London, this time for trainer Taylor Fritz. Tyler Borth on board for the victory. The 7-year-old bay stallion by He's Gorgeous out of Give the Gift by Kamla. Now an 18-time career winner, his third victory on the season for owners Angus McCory and Mark McCory. Again, Taylor Fritz training. Tyler Borth on for a win tonight in 156 flat. Homie Joe, congratulations. That'd be the driving double for Tyler Borth tonight after scoring with Mr. X earlier on the card. And a come from behind victory right here with Homie Joe. Congratulations, Tyler Borth in for the double. Going official here to make it come true was second. Good and Sweet four. Come on, Barney fifth. The Lone Ranger sixth. Champagne Phil third. Homie Joe was a winner. Shadow Place eighth. Cote d'Azur finished seventh. 27-3, 57-4, 126-1, and a mile of 156 flat. Homie Joe for 2 in a row. Top down 2, 4, 5, 6, 3, 1, 8, and 7. He paid $620. Exactor worth $40.50. Pick 5 on to race 10 came back at $466 and change on a 20-cent wager. The dollar try $43.75. The super for a buck $114.85. 2 more to go. Races 11 and 12 for a late double. Exactor tries Superfecta here on the 11th. 9 minutes to post time as we welcome TVG on board for our final 2 this evening. Of course, all 12 featured on HBIBet.com. TVG with us for our final 2 races tonight.
Race 11 starters on post parade for a preferred 3 event. Late double exacta try and superfecta looking at one, Mr. Mock Jimmy, a free-legged winner last time out. Sally Charlton owning. Lindsay Kerr trains Austin Sorey, trying for his 4th driving win tonight. Colonel Schneider Jr., the owner. Cassidy Schneider training number 2, maintenance man, Rob Shepard. Number 3, it'll be Brody's Scrapper, Travis Cullen. Owning and driving, sharing ownership with Rachel Andrew. Rachel trains. MT Stables, Ontario Inc., the owners, J.R. Plot. Training, number 4, Pat McGarry. It's Brett McDonald staying on. Mo Better, 5, Johnny Hahn for Kerry Howard. The trainer's Jeff Graham. Jen Doyle, along with Danny Burt, share the ownership on 6. Manterio, Terry Gallant trains Jason Ryan up. Outside post 7 for Quick Tour for RAW Equine Inc. And Mark Horner, Mike Horner training and driving. And then the 8, Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Paul and Nicole Davies sharing ownership with Deb Bennell. Paul trains with Bruce Richardson, staying on for a drive. Those are your preferred 3 pacers for race 11, late double, exacta try, and a superfecta. And right now, we'll bring on Robert Reed Jr., and he likes the chances for number 4, Pat McGarry. He was 3rd in his Canadian debut and a race winner last time out at the added distance. And big horse, Brett McDonald on board. Robert.
Yeah, I loved the way this one looked last time. This is a big step up in class. There's no question about it. Now facing preferred 3 types, but just 3rd start now in North America. That initial start at Flamborough Downs, I thought was a good one. Followed it up with a real easy win, going at added distance here at the Raceway, and even that qualifier, back on September the 25th, finished second to Magical Arthur, who was the runner-up in the super final to Bob Loblaw, our good friend Cam Middleton's horse. So I just look at Pat McGarry here and say, we're not really sure what this one is yet. Brody Scrapper, I think, is the one to beat, 3 to 5 on the board, and he's an accomplished horse. He's been racing fantastic, but maybe this Australian bred might have a little more left in the tank, and was hoping for some value. Right now, 3 to 1, we're at around that range. Would like to see a little more than that, but hey, we'll try to beat the 3 to 5 shot with him.
Right on. Pat McGarry leaving from post 4. I'm looking towards the left. Brody Scrapper can lead, but not a whole lot of speed for the inside. I went back and looked at Mr. Mock Jimmy when leaving from the rail here in London. He does not get away fast at all from the inside. Maintenance man, I'm not sure what we're going to see from him leaving on out of there. It could be Pat McGarry and Brody Scrapper sitting 1-2 here in race number 11. As we welcome in TVG, they picked up our final couple of races, and anytime we've seen TVG get involved with our cards in London, the pools certainly spike. Brody Scrapper, you mentioned, showing very good form. The horse players are getting behind him, Robert.
Yeah, definitely. At Flamborough Downs, those 2 winning efforts were both fantastic. And then he went to Grand River in post 7, and you know how difficult it is to do any good from post 7 at Grand River Raceway. He went parked the route, then he actually rolled wide around the last turn and didn't get beat too much to Easton Beach, who's a good horse, especially when he gets loose in the lead, which was the case on that occasion. Hasn't raced since September 29th, though, and a lot of the horses in the race, kind of haven't raced, since October 5th or before that. But I always get a little bit leery of a horse of 4 to 5 when they've been off for almost 3 weeks.
That is definitely something to take note of. Odds-on favorite, Brody Scrapper, missing 3 weeks of action and meeting up with some tough foes here. You got Mr. Mock Jimmy, a solid winner. Lindsay Kerr with a pair of winners tonight. Austin Sorey drives the 1. He's going to try for his 4th driving win on the card. Brody Scrapper, though, the even money favorite currently. Outlaw Grabbing Gears. As mentioned, I got talking to Paul Davies down around a Super Finals night at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Outlaw Grabbing Gears would much rather have his nose on gate, says trainer Paul Davies. Bruce Richardson stays on to drive.
Yeah, it's back-to-back starts now from the trailing post, which is unfortunate for this one. But I have to say, if you look at what value is on the board right now, I'd have to say it's Outlaw Grabbing Gears, my third selection. And one of the reasons why I actually, kind of leaned the direction of Pat McGarry in here was I thought that Brody Scrapper would be the favorite, and probably Outlaw Grabbing Gears would take a lot of support as well. But it's not happening right now for this one, and he's an interesting one because he obviously can't use his early foot from the second tier, but he's one that can certainly get into the race if there was ever a bit of speed early on. So I think 7-1's an overlay. I'm going to stick with Pat McGarry, but I wouldn't fault anyone for taking a shot on Outlaw Grabbing Gears.
Right on. Just about a minute left here as we get a look at Outlaw Grabbing Gears. As mentioned, offering up a juicy 7-1 right now from the trending spot. Hampered by the back tier spot once again this week. As we go about a minute to post, free-legged pacer, Mr. Mock Jimmy, has mentioned Austin Sorey, Lindsay Kerr. They've been in the winner's circle multiple times this evening, and not a whole lot of gate speed to work with. I'm thinking sitting midfield and maybe picking up a minor share of this one.
Yeah, I think so too. I slotted him in for fourth, and I think that's really his ceiling's probably a third or a fourth in here. I think he's got the pole position to work from, but you're right. It's unfortunate when you get that post, but you don't have a ton of speed off the gate. I don't think he can compete with Brody Scrapper or Pat McGarry off the gate, or maybe even Maintenance Man if he decides to try to go forward. So Mr. Mock Jimmy, for me, the appealing thing though is the connections, right? Lindsay Kerr's got a pair of wins. Austin Sorey's got 3 wins on the card. So you got to say, well, you know what? You can't really ignore this one, because they've been hot tonight, and this horse is coming off a win, should be confident. So for me, bottom end of the exotics, but hey, 8-1, you never know.
Right on, there you go, folks. A preferred 3 event coming up here for a purse of $10,000. The starter is calling for the horses. Gates moving. In behind, Mr. Mock Jimmy, Maintenance Man, Brody Scrapper, Pat McGarry, Mo Batter, Montario, Quick Tour, Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Welcoming our friends with TVG. They're on board for our final 2 tonight. Here they come. They're rough. Pat McGarry had the best beginning of all. He's quickly to the top here for Brett MacDonald. Pat McGarry left sharply here to lead by 2.5 lengths with Brody Scrapper racing at a second. Outlaw Grabbing Gears is away from the trailing spot to be third. Fourth best away for Mr. Mock Jimmy. Then we go back to Mo Batter. Montario traveling in 6th. 7th is Quick Tour, and well back at the beginning was 2, Maintenance Man, likely the subject of a judge's inquiry here. Pat McGarry is right on the bit here for Brett MacDonald. Takes them through turn number 2 with the Brody Scrapper for the trip. He's second at even money. Outlaw Grabbing Gears on hold in third. Mr. Mock Jimmy continues to spy up the speed from 4th. Mo Better is 5th. Angling to the outside in 6th is Montario. We saw Mr. Mock Jimmy getting underway from 4th. Still 7th was Quick Tour, and it's a lap to go for a headstrong Pat McGarry. 57 seconds unstressed. Up front, Pat McGarry on top with Brody Scrapper following in second. Outlaw Grabbing Gears gapping off there in third. 4th and in for Mo Better. Out there in the 5th spot was a Mr. Mock Jimmy. Montario's off the back end, and along the inside was Quick Tour down towards 3/4. Pat McGarry has gone along unchallenged with Brody Scrapper trying to brave it up here in second. Still off them in third was Outlaw Grabbing Gears. 27-4 through the third for 3/4 in 1:24-4. Pat McGarry still going forward. Brody Scrapper will get the fight on here with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Pat McGarry and Brody Scrapper will settle this one in the stretch. Pat McGarry on the inside. Brody Scrapper trying to go on by late, and he has done so. Brody Scrapper takes it at even money.
Pat McGarry second, Outlaw Grebengears third, Quick Tour flew home for fourth, 153-3. Number 3, Brody Scrapper, a winner over 4, Pat McGarry. The 8, Outlaw Grebengears, third. And number 7, Quick Door. Quick Door was a strong fourth. You can definitely circle him up for his next outing in Ontario. 3, 4, 8, and 7 unofficial. Judges say a refund here for number 2, Maintenance Man, did not make the fair start poll at the word go. Again, they're refunding number 2, Maintenance Man, for an unfair start here in race 11. Returning down in front, number 3, Brody Scrapper, a 10-year-old son of Mach 3 out of Witness to Fame by Apache's fame. Owned by Travis Cullen and Rachel Andrew. Rachel training. Travis on board for the sharp winning victory. It's a pocket ride to victory in 153-3. Brody Scrapper now with his 41st career victory, number 6 on the season. Patient steer and angle to the outside to win here in a preferred 3 event. Congratulations. Going official here with race 11, and Mr. Mock Jimmy was 6th. The Maintenance Man refunded for an unfair start. Brody Scrapper was a race winner. Pat McGarry 2nd. Mo Better 5th. Montario 7th. Quick Tour 4th. Outlaw Grebengears was 3rd. 28. 57. 124-4 and a mile of 153-3. Brody Scrapper on top. The rundown of 6. Refunded 1, 2, 5, 7, 4, and 3. 410 to win for Brody Scrapper. Exactor $820. Dollar try $680. Super for $1 $35.25. Our 12th and final is next. Scratch the 8. High Flying Jamie number 10 will not be moving in. A reduced field of 8 for an added distance. Super High 5. Exactor and try. And we'll get to it shortly. 4 minutes to post time, race 12. Horses getting set to post parade for our 12th and final race. A group of $15,000 claimers, non-winners, $25,000 lifetime stepping out. We've got one, Hokey Dokey. Scott Ray driving for Empty Stables Ontario Inc. Hank Lilly trains. George's Credit from Post 2, Tyler Borth for the owner Rick Edwards, the trainer Steve Roberts. Bernie Desmond owning and training number 3, Rising Dragon, Nick Stewart. Heavy action right now on 4, Acrobat Hanover. It's owned by Brad Gray, trained by Kyle Bossons, Colin Kelly. Ron Nobes, the owner. Bruce Goit trains 5, Always Been Crazy, Natasha Day. 6, it'll be A.J. Knight. Brett MacDonald on board for Greg Campbell. Angelo De Dallas, Greg trains. 7 outside, Dover Sealster, bumped up in class here for owner-trainer Stuart McQueen, Anthony Hahn. 8 was scratched. And number 9, Drive Like You Stole It. Adding Lasix for this, owned by A1 Stable, trained by Rachel Andro. It'll be Travis Cullen trying to come right back to take the final 2. Drive Like You Stole It. Yet to parade here on race 12, our exactor try. Super high five finale for the added distance of 1 mile and a 16th. And there is Drive Like You Stole It, stepping on out. Alrighty, our 12th and final race on the night, the added distance super high five. Number 4, Acrobat Hanover, a top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. to end tonight's card. Now, he got along okay last time out and just got a bit bumpy gated at the finish, well, right before the finish. Shows broken equipment, but if he can mind his manners tonight, very tough to take down here, Robert.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely the one to beat. He actually lost a shoe, Sugar, right before the wire. That's what caused that miscue. That's why he's chartered with an equipment break and broken equipment. I always read the AGCO race reports. If you found in Standard Canada, I always recommend people take a look at those because sometimes they can help you with your handicapping. I use it for the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park and really when I cap any card. But that's what happened. Yeah, he lost his shoe and got bumpy gated late, and it would have been dicey if the race was close, but he had such a wide margin that I think you even called it there was no one even near him. So no reason for a sweat for the backers.
He just got lucky. He had an insurmountable lead, and when they reached him, he was underneath the wire. So number 4, Acrobat Hanover, the current favorite, and rightfully so. Number 9 is your second choice, Drive Like You Stole It. Now, this one coming in from Miami has had a few starts, yet to win, though, in Ontario. I see the Rachel Andrew, Travis Cullen group here adding Lasix for this one tonight.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, in here, adding Lasix and second to Elroy Shiner. That one went on to win at Mohawk Park and then I think finished 4th or 5th in his latest there and got claimed. So, there's some decent form references there for Drive Like You Stole It and the addition of Lasix, and you had the trailing post to work from. The scratch of High Flying Jamie actually probably helps this one because now he gets to kind of trail from where he wants to. 5-2 on the board right now, taking support. We just saw these connections find the winner's circle with Brody Scrapper. I wouldn't be surprised if Drive Like You Stole It threatens Acrobat Hanover in here. I'm siding with that favorite. But, when you look at the price, certainly you're getting more value on this one.
He is showing some nice miles around Flamborough, but I always mention to our players, Flamborough is a quicker half-miler versus London. Drive It Like You Stole It. I like the adding Lasix angle, so maybe show a little more tonight. You've got the 5, Always Been Crazy, pegged for 3rd in this finale. Taking 4-1 action here. That could be a bit of a surprise. Was a winner, 2 back over Flamborough, and They went a little quick for this one last time out here in London. Bearcat Willie winning for Horner in 55. That was a big surprise mile for that one. So 57 seems to tie this one up. The 5, Always Been Crazy, you're using for third.
Yeah, I think this one can get a piece of it. You know, taking support right now, you said 9-2's probably a shorter price than I expected, and Always Been Crazy. Last time open non-winners of 15,000 life. Now back to a condition claiming event. Did win condition clamor 2 back at Flamborough Downs, but I think that was an easier spot than what he has to face in here. So I love the fact that he gets back to the condition claiming ranks, but I do think that, you know, it's a drop from his last, but certainly a move upward from 2 back. So for me, one that can hit the ticket, 9-2, I would say there's not much value there betting that one to win.
Okay, just about a minute to go here. You've pegged number 3, Rising Dragon, here as a player. He showed a bang-up third last time out. For me, that's probably the best I've ever seen him in London, actually. The horse doesn't like to win much, but he towed along fine for a trip in 57-2. A minor player with these.
Yeah, just looking for one that can get away well off the gate, hide on the pylons, and get a piece of it at a big price, right? If you're going to play that high 5 and you're using Acrobat Hanover and Drive Like a Stolen, you better have some bombs on there somewhere. I just think he might be the one that can land there somewhere. I'm surprised he's actually 24-1. I thought he might take a little more support from post 3, finishing third last time. Again, just hoping he can hide out and get a piece of it.
Right on. Appears the starter. Starter Brad calls them in here for race 12 now. Final call for wagering on our high 5 finale. Wonderful job tonight, Robert Reed Jr. We'll catch up with you again next Tuesday. Fine job, pal.
Always a pleasure, Sugar. You too. Can't wait.
Upper turn here. Hokey Dokey, George's Credit, Rising Dragon, Acrobat Hanover, Always Been Crazy, then AJ Knight, Dover Sealster. Trailing out, Drive Like You Stole It. Picking up speed for the added distance in London. It's go time. They're off, ambushing them early. Dover Sealster, off stride at the start, was the 5, Always Been Crazy. That's a cavalry charge into that opening turn. George's Credit along the inside, playing some late night hardball. Rising Dragon pocketed up in second. Acrobat Hanover, he's left out there in third, though still going forward here for Colin Kelly. They straighten for the quarter-mile run, so being made to work for the lead. Acrobat Hanover closed up as the 1-5 fave. He's going to grab control at the quarter-mile of 28-1. George's Credit now second. Rising Dragon looks at it from third. Okie Dokie is traveling fourth. Underway early off the back end will be Drive Like You Stole It. Getting shuffled here, an early lever in Dover Sealster. Then it's back to Always Been Crazy in the trailer would be AJ Knight. Down in front of us, they travel the halftime leader, Acrobat Hanover, though coming up quickly now. Drive Like You Stole It for Cullen is now moved into second. Third and in for George's Credit. Fourth and wide, the earliest breaker, that has Always Been Crazy. Back into it and involved for Day. Along the inside, Rising Dragon to set it up third over. Dover Sealster, then Hokey Dokey, and AJ Knight. Halftime speed of 58-2. Down the backside for the second and final time. And this is still Acrobat Hanover on the lead. Still challenging. Drive Like You Stole It. Right up there with them in third. George's Credit at a big price. Fourth and wide for Always Been Crazy, and a buried fifth for Rising Dragon. 128-2. The 3/4 mile speed. Acrobat Hanover finding another gear. He's turning it up, though George's Credit looms in the pocket, and Borth is going to get a shot right here, right now. There go the plugs on the leader, Acrobat Hanover. George's Credit had that pocket ride and could offer no answer here. Much the best, Acrobat Hanover for Kelly. George's Credit second, then Rising Dragon. Drive Like You Stole It, close for that fifth spot between Hokey Dokey and Always Been Crazy. Judges inquiry here. They will review the break by number 5 at the start. Hold all tickets. 4, 2, 3, 9, and 5. That is your top 5 unofficial. And again, the judge's inquiry does involve the start of number 5, holding all tickets till the result becomes official. Down in front, that was Acrobat Hanover for 2 in a row in London. 4-year-old son of sports writer out of All Night Long by the Ponderosa for Brad Gray. Trainer Kyle Boston's Colin Kelly was on for another added distance victory here tonight. Mile and a 16 covered in 2:04. The 1-5 fave tops the high 5 finale. Judges say no violations. The result of the judge's inquiry, no violations by 5. Looking like 4, 2, 3, 9, and 5 will stand for the high 5. Going official here. And it is Acrobat Hanover returning 270, Exactor $34.90, dollar try 110.10. How about the high 5? 20-cent ticket, 535 and change. It's a 1-5 shot on top. Late double 610, pick 4, 72.50 for a buck. 20-cent pick 3, 246 to pick 4 for 20 cents, 14.50. The surprising payout here has got to be the high 5. A shortened up field of 8, 1-5 fave on top, 20-cent high 5 comes back at 535 and change. Hokey Dokey was 6, George's Credit 2nd, Rising Dragon 3rd, Acrobat Hanover a winner. Always Been Crazy 5th, AJ Knight was 7th, Dover Sealster 8th, the 8 had scratch, Drive Like It's Stolen finishing 4th. The mile and a 16th was covered in 2:04 by Acrobat Hanover. 6th career win, that's 4 on the season. He doubles up in London from the top of 6-2-3, 1-5, 7-8, scratch, and 4. And that'll do it for the live racing tonight. We are coming back on Friday evening with a Harness the Hope card right up front in race 1. An all-female driving cast for the Harness the Hope feature pace. Race 1, the Harness the Hope feature pace starts up at 4:50 Eastern on Friday evening. Hope you can join us, and thanking you all for joining us tonight at the Raceway at Western Fair District. From the Eye in London Sky, I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great night. We'll catch you again on Friday.